Hello everyone, you've made it through the ad pre-roll, which means you're done with ads for the next several hours. This is a compilation of the first bunch of Building Baldur's Gate videos that I've done with no YouTube ad mid-rolls, for your listening pleasure as you hobby or fall asleep. Brace yourselves, for there will be nostalgia. I guarantee within an hour of publishing this video, there will be thousands of sudden reinstalls of Baldur's Gate all over the world. I am 37 years old, so I'm kind of legally required to consider Baldur's Gate one of the best of all time. Even if I weren't, I still would. To me, in my headcanon, the aesthetic of Dungeons & Dragons is Baldur's Gate. It was captured perfectly there. So, the visual assets from the game files are a goldmine for terrain inspiration. Now, when you think medieval building, medieval tavern, you probably think of something like this. Very specific color palette, the upper levels sort of jut outwards as you go up, and lots of use of architectural timbers. Now that is not what I am interested in today. The style you see in the game is very different. There's a lot of flat shapes, a lot of the textures are just sort of this nebulous, blotchy gray or beige or tan. And the interiors can be very warm and cozy, but for the most part, when you're outside walking through a city, it's fairly desaturated. So I did a little experiment this week. I put together 3 buildings from the game and some modular road tiles to tie it all together. My conclusions and my decisions evolve throughout what'll be the next, I think it's like a half hour, but we'll just save that for the narration. Let's go to the workshop table. And remember that our sponsor is Heroes Horde for you 3D printers out there. Excellent selection, including all True Tiles lines. I'll start with the modular road tiles. Truth be told, I made a whole set of them before deciding I didn't like the design, but I'll show you that first batch anyway. I have these MDF 4-inch square hardboard squares, the same kind I used for my dungeon tiles. You could just as easily use cardboard, and you'll see that is what I'm going to do later. Anyways, the walkways flanking the road path itself will be cobblestone, so I'm using foam, except it seems that every Dollar Tree is out of stock of ready board. Maybe our hobby is just getting out there that much. So I switched from foam board to XPS foam, milled that down, and used my homemade jigs to get the right quarter circle pieces. So on this 4-inch square, the road will be 2 inches wide, and the walkways are 1 inch on each side. Here's a texture roller from Green Stuff World. It's meant for, well, green stuff and clay, but you can use it on foam. You've just got to press really hard and then know how to paint it. I'll get into that in a little bit. But after doing my dungeon tiles, I was like, I do not have the time in my life to manually carve every cobblestone on all these tiles. So I'm going to texture roller it. About then is when it dawned on me that 2 inches wide for a road is like half as wide as it should be. In a city like Baldur's Gate, I would think 2 caravans, 2 horse-pulled wagons, should be able to pass each other in opposing directions. So I spent a week trying to convince myself this was okay before ultimately starting over. I cleaved off all that foam I had prepared, and I'll reuse these squares sometime later. Anyway, the form factor I'm going to go with is a 6-inch tile, 4-inch wide road. The foundations are going to be double corrugated cardboard. It's right after the holiday season here. I've got tons of leftover boxes that stuff came in. And this nice 1/4 inch thick double corrugated stuff is manna from heaven. So I cut these down to 6 inches exactly. If you need help cutting cardboard with precision and getting results like this, I made a video a couple years ago. I'll link it on screen. Now, for years I've talked about corrugation cladding, so hot gluing cardstock onto the side of the corrugation to cover it up, make it nice and pretty. But I'm going to take a page out of Dungeon Master Gareth's book. Here is some painter's tape. And it's a really wide roll, so I can actually double up what I get from it by slicing it in half. But anyway, I'm going to attach this to one side. I'm still going to fill it with hot glue just for strength, but then cover the side with tape. The tape doesn't have incredibly strong adhesive by design. I mean, that's its purpose, but it's good enough to hold on to cardboard. And I'm sold. No more corrugation cladding. Tape from now on. This is about 10 times faster, and I don't have to remember to cut the foundation a little bit small to account for the thickness of the cardstock. Love it. Moving on. Graphics medium chipboard. This is the grayish brownish stuff you find at the back of a legal pad, but you can buy it in bulk like I do if you want. There's links in the video description below. Conveniently, the stuff I buy comes in these 12 by 12 inch sheets. So I cut that into exact quarters, 6 inches. To that, I hot glue my foam pathways and then texture them up with the roller. I attached them to the chipboard first because if the foam was on the double corrugated, the immense pressure that I apply with the roller crushes the corrugation. That did happen. So attach it to the chipboard first, then I'm going to hot glue it onto the foundation. The other reason to have this extra chipboard layer is just rigidity. The more layers of materials you have put together, the less likely it is to warp. And you'll see by the end, these have 0 warp. They're heavy and they're real strong. Not shown on camera, but I flocked with sand, so white PVA glue followed by construction sand, and let that dry overnight. Now, to paint the walkways, terracotta. Do something a little different here. 2 solid coats because it's a cheap craft paint. And here's a color called Gray Owl. I'm going to use it to pick out a few random stones, maybe 1 per square inch or so, something like that. Now earlier I talked about painting textured foam. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. Ink. Here's some red, yellow, and black. I'm going to mix 50-50 red and yellow, and then a couple drops of black, along with some matte medium. Not water, but matte medium. You can get this at any crafting store. It's not very expensive. It's basically colorless paint. I'm making, well, it's not a wash, but like a shade. I don't know what you call it, but it's to provide depth and shadow to the walkway. Now, if I had watered down this ink, or even paint, with water, it would have been far too runny, and what you'll see is, on these textured foam bits that have that roller applied, the water runs very easily, especially since it's been painted on top. It just can't absorb in, and you'll see the finished product is very splotchy. By using matte medium, the mixture has a lot of legs. It doesn't really want to flow anywhere, so you'll get a tinting effect, and you'll get it pooling in the cracks between the stones. I'm very happy to have stumbled upon this. I've avoided using those green stuff rollers on foam for years because the washed part at the end never really looks right. I don't get the depth that I want, but now I do. Use matte medium. And you can see I played a little more with the color, darkened it a bit, and ultimately ended up with a color called brown. Just use brown ink. That's what I wanted to do, but I ran out yesterday, so I had to mix it up myself. After that's dry, it's time to paint the gravel. I'll try this gray owl color again. Having a nice doused wet brush helps it to capillary action sink into all of that sand. And look at that. Wow, I hate this. We're going to try a different color. I'm going to go with a tan. I was trying to get creative, go with that generic grayish splotchiness that the Baldur's Gate aesthetic has, but I don't know. Maybe I should have given this a better chance, but I didn't. I'm going more conventional. Light beige color to dry brush it after it's totally dry. Here's a side-by-side showing the significance of the difference. And then a wash with a medium brown. This is just water and paint, very watered down, like 1 part paint to 10 parts water. And this I do want to flow. Want it to settle out, want it to be splotchy, have areas of randomness, make it look like a mucked up city road. After painting the edges black, they're ready. Using the near infinity extraction tool, I looked through the game's files. Picked a random section of Baldur's Gate itself, and for some reason honed in on this little house right here. Let's build that. The skeleton of the building I did with double corrugated cardboard, because it's readily available to me, it's very durable, and it's easy to cut. All my buildings will have a footprint in multiples of 6 inches. This building is going to be a 6 by 6 inch square. Others might be 6 by 12 inches, or 12 by 12 inches. This way I know my road tiles will always fit around them, and I'll get a pure modular city with no gaps. So these are assembled with hot glue, and then I clad the outside with graphics medium chipboard. Now this, in my opinion, is the secret sauce here. First of all, side note, I made the skeleton about 3 millimeters smaller than it should be, and that's because of the thickness of the chipboard that's going to go on the outside. So the overall product has a footprint of 6 inches. Just if you build this and you do it this way, take that into account. Anyways, the great thing about chipboard is that it has such a fuzzy, fibrous texture to it. It drinks in paint, it gives you automatic texture, and as you'll see in a minute, it's so easy to fake like a stucco look on it, and to fake a lot of detail from what is basically just a flat surface. So the entire outside gets covered up. I attach some cross beams at the top, which will support the roof, then more chipboard for the roof. Next up, to get it drying, I applied the first of 2 coats of a cream color to the whole body of the building. If you're using these cheap acrylic craft paints, you will need 2 coats to get a solid color. While that's drying, I decided to prep some shingles. I've covered this many times on the channel before, but just to reiterate, I like to use cereal box cardstock or something of that thickness. Cut out 1/2 inch strips, and with scissors, cut about 2/3 of the way through it. every few millimeters or so, going all the way down. If you lever one of the scissors on your fingertip, you'll find that you have a lot more control and you can move extremely fast. I think I did this entire roof in less than half an hour. And optionally, I only did this part for this building, but every few shingles, snip away a millimeter or two of them. Just gives a little more variation. Beginning with the bottom row, I hot glued these on, overlapping about half each time. Once I got to the peak of the roof, I lopped off all the excess, very satisfying step. And that's one side done. Another 20 minutes to do the other side, and then the roof cap itself, I just used some small rectangles overlapping each other to cover up that seam at the top. Thin bead of hot glue in there, pressed down, will spread out nicely, and this is going to be very strong. And now let's play with the windows. Again, to cereal box cardstock, cut some squares out, and then boom, wood products. I got coffee stirrers and crafting picks from Michael's. You really can't go wrong, just small wood of any sort. I cut these and glue these on as a window frame, a little decorative piece in the middle there, and then stain these up. Since I don't care about consistency from building to building in this city, and I actually want them to look chaotic and different, I can experiment with different browns and different ways of painting the wood. So I'm using Army Painter Mid-Brown this time around, and then blacking out the inside of the window. And now I'm gluing them on. It turns out that this isn't the best order to do things. Should have shaded the wall first, but we'll get to that in a minute. Anyway, let's step back to the roof. This color is called Tapestry Wine. Very fancy. Solid coat of this on the roof. Again, 2 coats because it's a cheap craft paint. Look at this, pink seashell. Gonna do some dry brushing. Now I'll tell you, a wash is coming next. So whenever you're gonna wash over a dry brush, it's okay, and you want that dry brush to be a bit brighter than you'd expect. It's gonna get dulled down significantly. And don't be afraid to use a pretty saturated color. This is sort of a saturated pink. It's not hot pink, but it's not as pale as it looks on camera. And I'm dry brushing upwards, always upwards, never downwards, so that it catches the edges of those shingles, and we get almost a stylized, like, cartoonish effect, maybe? I don't know, but against the grain, always dry brushing upwards. Now we've got 2 tones, and we're gonna add a third. Back to the tapestry wine, and we'll put in a little amount, like, yeah, that much. And then my matte medium again, this much? I guess it's like 2 parts matte medium to 1 part paint. And I am gonna treat it to just a couple of drops of water, just a teeny little bit. And lastly, I'm gonna scrape some black paint there onto the brush. Not much. A little bit of black paint goes a long way to darken up a solution. So I mix that up and test the viscosity on the edge of the cup inside there. Looks good. Slather it on the roof. Now with this technique, you may find that the mixture is a little rich. You can see that I go right back to the water cup. Always keep a water cup nearby. Dunk the brush, bring it back, and slurry it around on the roof itself, and you have plenty of working time. This is an art, not a science. You gotta experiment a little bit to find out what works. But I'm letting this shot run a little long so you can see the consistency I'm going for. Now, notice it looks a bit purple, and it looks a little bit like milky. That's just because of the matte medium. When it dries, it will be much darker and clearer. I do this a lot later on in this video. You'll see more examples of how the mixture doesn't look good, it looks milky, but it dries wonderfully. And you can see this mixture is crammed up under the edges of all the shingles. That's what I want. That's where the shadow should be. If I had mixed this mostly with water, that would have run down. It would not be staying there like it does with the matte medium. So I just leave that overnight to dry. And coming back, here it is. Doesn't that look wonderful? I mean, it's not realistic or professional by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it's really wonderfully stylized. And you can't beat the effort. It was like 5 total minutes of effort, excluding dry time waiting, to paint this roof. Could not be happier with how it came out. Alright, other features on this building. I'm going to take some foam and another green stuff world roller. This is the bricks. Give it a texture, paint it gray, and wash it with black. Then I'm going to attach some pre-stained wood bits on it. Just frame it out so it looks like it does in the picture. And once again, being fearless. Not worried about reproducibility. This wood looks a little bleached out, so I'm going to add another layer of wash to it. I don't even remember what color this was. I'm just going for it. I placed the building up against a road tile because all the features like the doors need to be about a 1/2 inch up. so that they can butt up flush against all the road tiles. So I use the road tile itself as a jig to attach the door. Here's some more cereal box. These triangles are getting covered with white glue and then coffee stirrers attached. A little bit of pressure, in about 20 minutes that's dry, and I can cut away the excess. Now what I'm reproducing is this bit right here. Notice that whitewashed or grayed wood, it's not brown. So I'm gonna take some watered down gray paint and slather it all over this piece. A little bit much, so dab away with the paper towel. Voila. Doesn't need to be complicated. Lastly, I took a medium gray, doesn't really matter what it is, just a medium gray, watered down heavily, like, again, 10 parts water to 1 part paint, or even waterier than that. And earlier I mentioned doing things out of order. What I really should have done is this whole wash first, then glued on the windows and all the features. It would have been a lot easier. I was hoping that the gray would pool around the edges of all the features and give some ambient occlusion, but it ended up not really mattering, and in the next building I do, you'll see it really doesn't matter. You get a great look anyway. So I'm letting this shot run a little long. Notice how watered down the gray is. That's how it should be. And there's all that texture, those striations. That is the chipboard doing the work for you. That's the fibrous texture underneath the base coat showing through now. Tons of micro detail doing that work for us and giving us that splotchy, undefinable look that the Baldur's Gate aesthetic has. Here, I'll show you another side. I'm gonna slop this on there. It's a little bit rich, get some water, thin it out. It's an art, not a science, etc., and just work around until you're happy with it. I then realized that I hated the way these windows looked. The spike thing in the middle was a dumb idea, so I tore those out and prepped some new inserts. On some cereal box, I ripped very thin, like 2mm wide strips and glued those on in a hatching scheme. Blacked out the whole thing, painted the hatches with brown, and inserted those into the existing windows. I like this look much better. It's also a little truer to the source image. So this is the first building for the day. What do you think? Did I nail it? I think I nailed it. It's also the first building that I built, and I learned a few things from it as far as technique and efficiency, so we're going to apply that going forward. Look at this building. I like this building. Let's build this building. Much of the fundamentals here are the same as before, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of stuff. It's a double corrugated skeleton, hot glued together, and clad with chipboard on the outside. Now for this shape of roof, which is a little more complex than the last one, you don't actually have to do any trigonometry. You can use your ruler, and whatever you make your peaks, you just use the ruler to determine what size the 2 trapezoids should be, and then the triangles on the end. You'll see in a moment here how I attached all those, but it also helps to have a roof rise over run that's identical. That's what I did here, 3 inches up, 3 inches over. So the triangle bits mounted in the middle, those rafters, those triangles are 6 inches wide and 3 inches tall. Here's some nice music. I'll be back in just a minute. Now the base cream color here is a different shade than the other building, because I want no buildings to look alike. And this time, like I said, I'm going to wash it ahead of time. I'm using a rich brown color, heavily watered down. And for this next little bit, I'm going to let these shots run long so you can see in real time how I work it. You don't have to panic, you don't have to rush, but this stuff does start to dry and set pretty quickly on this chipboard. So I like to have a paper towel on hand and start doing some dabbing. And eventually I move from dabbing into smearing and sort of working the wash off of the main areas and leaving it at the perimeters. This gives it that sort of windswept, aged, stucco look, kind of, a little bit. Well, it's halfway there. You'll see what we do to get all the way there in a minute. While I'm waiting on that to dry, and it does need to be bone dry, we're going to dry brush the roof. So again, here's a saturated, brilliant light blue color, upwards only, always upwards on the roof. By the way, the base color of the roof was English navy, and for the wash down, I'm using a different blue. This is midnight blue. It's got a slight greenish tint to it, sort of like what we see in the source image. So once again, this gets mixed with matte medium and just a couple drops of water and slathered all over the roof. Cram it up underneath the edge of the shingles to make the shadow. If it's too rich, a few more drops of water won't hurt. And you can see how this is just gorgeously tinting all the shingles to look almost exactly like that source image. Love it. Now, I still wasn't totally happy with the body of the building, so this color is called Cocoa. It's a very dark, desaturated brown, kind of a nasty brown. But I'm going to mix up another light wash with it and just repeat the process. Now, for those of you who are thinking you want to try this, I can foresee the frustration, so I'm going to let this shot run long again, just so you can see I don't do it perfect either. I'm going back and forth to the water cup, I'm dabbing, I'm reapplying, I'm working it till I'm happy with it. You just got to keep in motion. As long as you keep it damp, you should be all right. So here's my process. And there, get a look at that. What two tones can do for us. So easy and so rewarding. Look at that. And compared to the other side with just the light brown, this is the way to go. Chipboard, folks. Makes you look better than you are. And we're going to gloss over the next bit here. I'm going to cut some slabs of foam, texture them to look like stone, and paint them gray. And these will be placed strategically to cover up all those seams where chipboard meets chipboard at the corners. This will hide them and at the same time make it look like our source image. Once they were all glued on, then I washed them with a dark, like a black or a brown, I can't remember. A little bit bleeds onto the face of the building, that's fine. I have a second paintbrush in hand and I'm just wicking it away. If some splays out, it's okay, just spread it. More wearing, looks good, no worries. Once again, I've got cereal box and I'm spreading out some white glue, attaching some coffee stirrers and cutting my door. The doors have a curved top. I'm using a compass to draw that out. It's totally possible to cut these on a curve with many light passes, light pressure on the knife. Do not try to get it in one go. It takes 7 or 8 passes, but it will go through cleanly. You can cut curved wood. Here is a square wooden dowel. I'm just going to stain it up like the other stuff and put it in those nacelles at the bottom, the sitting areas. All right, now the new thing for this building. Here is some more cardstock. This is equivalent to a cereal box. It's thin stuff. And this is a goldish yellow. It's not a sun yellow. It's got a nice gold hue to it. I'm going to apply a solid coat of it. I needed 2 applications. Then I'm measuring out my windows. I need 28 of them total for the building, 14 per side. And I know they'll be 1 inch wide, so I'm drawing that out. Then I'm using another piece of cardstock to mask off the rest of them as I spray on a dark yellowish brown. I think it's called plague brown or sulfurous brown or something like that. Whatever, it's a darker, richer yellowish brown. And this will simulate the cozy illumination coming from inside the room. And now for the tedious part. The wood products to make the window frames. I pre-cut these and then painted them. That way all the fresh ends that are exposed when you cut it will already be painted and I won't have to do any touch-up later. I can't do any touch-up because these are going to be glued directly onto those yellow rectangles. And because of the gradient there, I'm going to be unable to do any repairs later. So I've got to have the wood in its final state before it goes on. That desaturated cocoa color really is nice. I like that. Junk brush with some white PVA glue such as Elmer's to attach all of these wooden members and create the window frames. Yes, very nice. And I did prep and experiment with some granny grading, but it hides all that yellow gradient, and to make it blend in is going to be more... I don't like it. I'm just not going to do it. I did use a ruler to ensure these were all spaced equally along the 11 inches of free room I had on there. And that was that. This building is done. I like this building more than the first building. What do you think of this building? Leave a comment. I imagine this will be an inn, unlike the first house, which was probably just a normal residence. And we'll get plenty more glamour shots of this at the end with the whole city assembled, but let's move on to the next building. Searching about the city again, I found these open-air temples. I'm going to build one of those. The only new thing really I have for this is, normally for columns like that, I would take some single corrugated cardboard from any cardboard box, peel the paper off one side, and there you go. But that's a ton of work, and it's very tedious. And it's only a few bucks for this pack of 30 sheets of it, so I'm done with that. I also bought some hole punches to give a rapid and reliable shape to wrap that corrugated paper around, but they broke after about 10 punches. I think chipboard is just too much for them. So I switched to using a wooden dowel as a guide. Construction of this one was a little trickier than the others. The roof rise over run is not even, and it's got those two eaves on the short ends. But ultimately, everything is going to be covered by shingles or other decor anyway, so the beauty of this is that the double corrugated skeleton doesn't have to be pretty. You're going to be able to hide everything. Trying to stay true to the source image, it looks like beige with gray splotchiness, so I literally used a color called beige for a base coat, and then this is a matte medium glazing with gray paint. You can see how it's going on pretty thinly, but it's not running down the column like it would if it were watered down. For the roof, I kind of screwed up. I ended up too blue. I wanted it to be more of a steely grayish blue like it is in the source image, but I'm not lamenting it too badly. And I definitely didn't go and repaint it after the post-production of this video. This was a fun piece to build. Painting, it didn't come out quite as I had hoped, but you can always repaint. It also needs some decorative glyphs and holy symbols and stuff like that. I'll tackle that in the future. So here's what I've made so far. And this was just in a fever pitch of a week, germ of an idea, all came about very quickly. So I already know that the roads aren't quite what I'm looking for. I think what this scene is missing is some green. And in fact, that's what it looks like from the game. So I'm wrestling with, am I trying to recreate Baldur's Gate or am I building stuff inspired by Baldur's Gate? I'm not gonna make any rash decisions right now. And maybe the answer is no roads at all, just a big cobblestone battle map. Of course, if I go that route, all these features are set a ½ inch up from the bottom, so if I just let them out there free floating, they're gonna look kind of silly. If I stick with road tiles, I know I need some that are just like open, so no road, just pure red cobblestone or whatever it is, to give a town square area, maybe a pop-up shopping mart or a fountain or something. Also, I only made 15 tiles. I need to basically double that. Although, as I'm sitting here recording this narration, this very moment, I'm thinking no road tiles at all might be the way to go. I'll have to play around with that in the next video. So this is a good start. Usually I get analysis paralysis. I decided to plow ahead in this project and not spend too long on any step. There's going to be some backpedaling, some changes, but I expect to do several videos, maybe a lot of videos about this kind of stuff in the future. Baldur's Gate 2, and the expansions are enormous. I could spend an entire lifetime crafting it. So thanks for watching today. If this is the first video of mine you've found, there's a large backlog of D&D crafting stuff to check out. Also find us on Facebook, the Tabletop Crafters Guild, over 40,000 members doing this sort of thing. Till next time, I am Wylock. Make things and play games. Hello everyone, Wylock here, welcome back. I'm still fighting off the dregs of a cold, but I'm too excited about this video to wait any longer, so you're just gonna have to tough it out. Today's part 2 in my journey to fill out my D&D terrain collection with stuff that's inspired by the art direction from the original Baldur's Gate games. This includes a staple which I have put off for many years, that is modular city walls, or castle walls. As you can see, fits like a glove. And the idea is, since I can make any shape wall that I want, I could model any given portion of a major city. Also, I stumbled upon a natural stone painting block technique scheme, whatever, that I am finally happy with, so I'm excited to share that with you. I'm not going to waste any time reiterating techniques and stuff from the previous video. I'm going to assume that you've seen it. So all that said, let's get cracking. And remember that our sponsor is Heroes Horde for you 3D printers out there. Excellent selection, including all True Tiles lines. First of all, remember this building from the previous video? The roof is too blue, and the grays are too dark. To fix the oversaturation on the roof, I rebased with a light gray, and mixed up what I hoped would be a more desaturated wash. Turns out, it wasn't. I did it again. Third time's a charm, repainted with light gray a third time, and then mixed up mostly black and purple ink with matte medium, but this still isn't, you know what, screw this thing, let's just move on. When you look around the city, you see a lot of these half-sized buildings with a sloped roof and they're on stilts. I think they're storehouses of some kind, and they're all over the place. They reuse the same model and reskin it in most of the cities. So I built one. Its overall footprint is 3 by 6 inches, and the techniques are the same, double corrugated for the skeleton. The only real new thing is that I'm using these square wooden dowels, available at any crafting supply store, and I built it such that the corners are still exposed, so that those wooden planks can slide right in there perfectly in the future. This way I don't have to paint them in place, which means I can paint both surfaces much quicker and without any worry of color spilling onto the other. Gives a very nice clean look at the end, consistent with the source image. Also, like 2 hours before recording this narration, I felt like whipping up a 5th building just to fill out the final scene, and I honed in on this simple little square building here, easy as it gets, so this was a 90-minute speed build. What do you think? Nailed it? Nailed it. Now, having ditched the road tiles, I still want to introduce some green. All the buildings in the city tend to have these patches of lawn. So with graphics medium chipboard, links in the video description below, I'm just going to cut out some 6 and 12-inch lengths, just ensuring that one side is flat, then basing it with foliage green. That's literally what this color is called, foliage green. And from there, I'm just going hog wild with all these great products from Army Painter. Basically, I got onto Amazon, searched for Army Painter, and clicked yes. Give me everything. Grass tufts, flowers, battlefield rock, brown dirt, dark grass, light grass, all of it. I had no plan here. So a good coat of white glue, and then I spread that out. I like to use my finger. I don't waste time wetting a brush. You also get a smoother result by using the pad of your finger to spread out white glue. And then, like an experimental chef, I'm just adding ingredients here, one at a time, playing around with it, having some fun. Now, of course, this isn't exactly how you're supposed to use static grass. You're supposed to use a static applicator. I don't have one of those, nor do I have the patience. I think it makes for fine flock anyway. I just take nice thick clumps and I press them on pretty hard to that white glue, and that tends to build up a nice carpet after you shake the excess off. Now, coming back the next day, and as expected, they're warped pretty bad. Look at this. They tip around. This is unusable. However, as we've done many times on the channel before, we'll paint a healthy thick layer of white glue on the bottom and let them sit for 24 to 36 hours. And when we come back, the warp is counteracted. They're flat as a board. Wonderful. Now onto the main event. Look at these city walls. This is what I honed in on, and I'm not going to duplicate them exactly, but like everything else here, I'm doing work that's inspired by it. So first of all, finally, after, 9 years on YouTube, I am going to make a Pringles can tower. This lip here at the bottom, it flares out, changes the radius, not good, so I'm going to chop away the first centimeter or so of length. Then each end just gets a circle of, actually this is chipboard. Now, I know I don't want my bricks to be a perfect subway, so I can't use a jig or a roller, because those will have repeated patterns. I have to do it one by one to get the look that I want. So I began milling down XPS foam about 2 millimeters thick. Some are 2 millimeters, some are 3 millimeters. That variance in thickness comes into play later on. Saves a step of having to imprint and make some of the bricks deeper than others. Just cut them a different depth to begin with. Now I got a bunch of these slats and I'm going to rip them at 1 centimeter wide. Straight down all the way, and this will give me clumps of flat sticks that are 1 centimeter wide. So far, I'm at about 90 seconds of effort for this whole thing. And once those are all ripped up, I clump them together on the table, and with no guide needed, just freehand them through and cut up bricks. Most of them I kept to 1 centimeter, just eyeballing it, so they're roughly square. But since I'm doing it by hand with no guide, the edges are a little irregular, which is good. That's what I want. They won't look like perfect rectangles or squares. And I do chop some of them a little narrower and some a little wider. Now, once that's done, they're all sort of slightly clumped together. They come apart very easily though. So I pick them up and just begin scrunching them around in my hands. Squeezing and rolling and twisting. And these small foam bricks will not rip or tear. You'll see that they don't. All this is doing is roughening up the edges, softening the corners, and giving them a little bit of texture. Some people would toss them in a can with some rocks at this point. I don't think that's very efficient. I think this is a lot faster. It's easy enough to texturize them later on with a tinfoil ball, which is what I'm going to do. So I'll finish scrunching these up, and within 2.5 minutes or so of total effort, I've got all the bricks ready to start gluing on to the Pringles can. Here's a little ASMR for you. To glue them on, I use hot glue. I lay down about 2 inches at a time because it stays hot enough just long enough to lay down 2 inches worth of bricks. It's a little tricky because it's a curved surface, takes a little longer. Believe it or not, the flat walls are bigger but went quicker, and you'll see that in a moment. But I try to get some offset where I can, and other places there's not. Mixing up the sizes that I pull from the pile, and since I ripped some of them a little smaller, there's always a way to finish out a row cleanly. Oh, and here's a tip, I wish I had done this. Paint the Pringles can black before you start gluing these on. Just makes it easier later on in the priming stage. Now once I reach the top is when I switch to proper full-size bricks. So not shown on camera, but with the hot wire table, I cut up a bunch of 1 centimeter cubed bricks. It only took a minute. And these are hot glued around the top. I try and apply glue on 2 surfaces for strength so that they stick to each other and the can. And the net effect is this. It looks like the whole thing is made of hand-laid bricks, when really it's just the top row. We'll get to painting in a moment. For the walls, I decided on a standard 12-inch length for the walls. And for the height, I just did something a little less than the Pringles can. I don't remember what it was. So I'm using double corrugated cardboard, although single corrugated would work for this purpose. You could get away with it. Need 2 rectangles, 12 by whatever the height is. Then I chamfered the 2 short edges like this. With a fresh blade and using a sawing motion, not a pushing down, but a back and forth sawing motion, this can be very easily and smoothly cut, even freehand. And as you can see, this is a real intense angle. I am really cutting in there. This is to make sure it fits around the circle later on. You'll see what I mean. This part's really technically not necessary, but just for looks, I'm going to seal up the corrugation with paper and hot glue. Could also use masking tape or painter's tape, but I ran out of it. And I could go to the store, but then I'd have to put pants on, and I don't want to do that, so I'm just going to use paper. Then I cut 3 rectangles to set the inside structure. Now, the width of these will dictate the overall width of the wall. I made these 1 3/4 of an inch so that the overall width is 2.5 inches plus the width of the bricks. This was after some experimentation and just seeing what felt and looked right, while also accounting for the fact that I want a 2-inch base large monster to comfortably sit on top of the wall if needed. Next, I'm going back to graphics medium chipboard and cutting a 2.5 by 12-inch rectangle, then tracing the Pringles can onto it such that the arc of the circle touches the 2 corners like you see me doing here. This doesn't have to be an exact trace. And after you do the first one, you should save the offcut and use it as a jig for your future ones. But the end result is this. You cut out an insert that fits like a glove right up against the circular tower. To ensure everything stays square and level, the assembly order is this. Beads of hot glue all along one end of the wall, including those 3 structure points, and then attaching it to the chipboard runner at the top, making sure that the outer edge is perfectly flush. No need to look at the other side as you're setting it. Just focus on that outer edge and make sure it is perfectly flush. Then, to attach the other wall, hot glue on one end of the wall itself, quickly hot glue on the 3 structure points, and lay it down. You'll know that it's perfectly aligned with the other wall because you can visually line this up with the chipboard runner at the top. No need to look at the other wall, just look at the runner. As long as it's flush and centered, you should be good. Also, the placement of those 3 structure points in the middle don't really matter. You just want to make sure the 2 outer ones are set inward enough that the circle of the Pringles tower won't hit them. So here we go, completed structure for a modular rampart wall section. Nice and clean, nice and flush. And you should spray paint this black before you start attaching bricks. I wish I had done that. Some of them I did, some of them I forgot. Anyway, I prepared a ton of bricks, and again, that only took like 2 to 5 minutes or something like that, and I prepare a pile on each side so I can go back and forth, left and right hand, real quickly. 2 or 3 inches of hot glue at a time, and then bam, bam, bam. The first row takes a little while because you want to make sure it's flush with the chipboard at the top. Oh, and by the way, do the top row first. Work your way down. Don't begin at the ground. Once the top row is set though, you have a firm jig for the second row and all the ones beyond. You'll be able to move real fast. And just like the towers, I get actual 1 centimeter blocks to put along the top. And I elected to only do one side. This is to leave room for a 2-inch miniature base, and also, I don't know, I just kind of like the look of having the outside of the wall with that fortification and none on the inside so you can run platforms or ladders or stuff up to it. I don't know. Now, once the bricks are all on the piece is when I do the texturing. Tinfoil ball, classic trick, roll, roll, roll. 30 seconds per side, 30 seconds per tower. I think this is a lot quicker and easier than putting them in a can and then having to sift them out later on. As an initial sealant and primer for these fragile foam bricks, I use Mod Podge, tinted with a little bit of black paint just to help me see where I've been already. And this gets slathered on. I'm actually using a brush from a makeup kit. It's very thick, the bristles are soft. Excellent hobby hack there. Makeup brush kits, excellent for grunt work like this. Now I also prepared a test swatch of bricks on some junk cardboard. It's pretty big, so I cut it in half so that I can have 2 tests going on at the same time. Then I began experimenting with colors and techniques. Brushes, washes, order of steps, different colors, all of that. Realistic stone has evaded me for years, and I repainted these test swatches not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but 12 times before I finally found the arrangement of colors I liked. So don't be disheartened if your first results don't come out the way you want. It happens to me too. It happens to everybody. Ultimately, here is what I came up with. A somewhat dark khaki color for the overbrush. So you can see the splotchy black finish of the Mod Podge. That's okay, really doesn't matter. In fact, splotchy is a little better. And I'm overbrushing with this, it's actually a 50-50 mix of fawn and barnwood. Why a 50-50 mix? Because I liked each of them on their own so much, and I couldn't decide which to use, so I used both. But this is a good overbrush. It's a dry brush, but with a whole bunch of paint on the bristles. You can see it's not getting into any of the cracks. Some bricks are getting 100% coverage, and others are getting partial. By the end, it's like 90-95% coverage. That's what you can see here. That's what you're going for. Then I picked a very light gray, this is dove gray, and a very dark gray, this is gray storm, to which I actually added a little bit of black, not shown on camera. The key is for these to be very notably different from the beige. They really need to pop out, because we're going to do a wash later and that's going to tamp everything down. So this is a light gray, almost white. And the dark gray is a dark gray. I'm picking out maybe 1 brick for every 2x2 inch surface area. Now, here's some inks. You could use paint for this, but you just need a nasty olive ochre type of color. This ended up being, I think, like 50-50 sienna and green with a bit of black, and then adding water so that the whole mixture is 50-50 water and ink. But again, you could water down acrylic paint, I think, and get a perfectly serviceable result. I began by dabbing this on with a mid-sized junk brush, Then I got smart and switched to a sponge. What I found during those 12 repaints is it's important to water it down properly so you can tint the bricks, not cover it completely with this color. And it is stark. I mean, you can see it. It's a nasty olive color and it's showing up a lot. Again, the wash coming up is going to really tamp everything down. So if you're doing this, don't be surprised and don't be scared if the project still looks really cartoonish and bad at this point. It kind of should. I'm also chasing with some paper towel to dab away excess for some of the harder hits, and a little bit of smearing where needed to sort of blend it in. You get a hang for it after doing one piece. And now the wash I've been talking about. This is a heavily watered down black. It's actually not watered down even quite enough because you can see I went right back to the water cup as I usually do, but a nice watered down black wash over the entire thing. After giving that a few hours to completely dry, including all the black that probably pooled up in the cracks, then it's time to move on to dry brushing. This is French vanilla, and it's just a very light dry brush over the entire piece. Remember, you can always add more dry brushing, but you really can't take it off. So begin subtle. For comparison, here's two of them next to each other, pre and post dry brushing. The one on the right, you can see that olive color actually dried pretty muted, and it kind of looks cool on its own merits. I was partially tempted not to proceed, but I'm glad I did. I love this result so much that I'm probably going to go repaint all my dungeon tiles with it. Again, tireless experimentation and persistence is key. It took me 12 tries to get this look, and I assure you, the intermediate ones looked terrible. These coffee stirrers are like my new favorite crafting product. First I blacked out the tops of the pieces, then painted in some white glue, laid these down, and painted them brown. I also followed up with a dark, rich brown ink. And look at that. Oh my gosh. It was frustrating getting here, but I'll tell you what, it was worth it. I could not be happier about these. I haven't been this excited to run my next D&D session in a long time. I made 5 towers and 5 wall sections, so if I wanted, I could lay out a perfectly pentagonal keep, and it would have a lot of surface area in there for playing. I'm also fairly happy with how all the foliage platters came out. I don't know much of anything about doing nature-based terrain, so there's no rhyme or reason to what I laid down, but I think it mostly sort of looks like the game. The particular grass that I chose isn't quite as emerald green as the game, but it is perhaps more realistic. I don't know, maybe I can spritz it with an airbrush at an angle or something. We'll save that for the third video, if I do anything at all. Also, I had a fun thought the other day. What if I were to rebase all my miniatures on clear acrylic discs, but paint the rims of those discs with a fluorescent green? Should I do that? Would that be neat? Might be going too far. For those of you who don't get that, if you haven't played the video game, all the little character models that you can click on have a green circle around them on the screen. Anyways, there's a story around every corner in Baldur's Gate. That's what I've tried to illustrate here. The colorful people that are peppered around the maps are half of the aesthetic. So I painted up a whole bunch of miniatures here in varying fashions to at least have something demonstration worthy in these videos. Also, the random treasure scatter you see I did in a previous video, and I'll put a card to that on the screen. So as I said earlier, I ditched the city tiles that I made in the first video, and instead I'm going to use a battle mat. This is Cobblestone City by Frontline Gaming Mats. Frontline is also a friend of the channel. This looks way better and is going to be way more flexible in the future. I have a few other mats I'm going to test out as well. By the way, all the various scatter terrain you see here, like the treasure piles and the weapon racks, I did those in other recent videos. Just check my backlog. If you've just found my channel, I have a couple hundred other tutorials like this. Feel free to subscribe and binge. The Wylock Nation grows more every day. Join us. Oh, and I've also published a few cheap D&D modules. Check the links in the video description below. They're pretty good. They're not great, but they're not bad. You know, they're just okay. Anyway, it's a cheap, easy way to support me if you want. Or a Patreon. All Wylock related funding goes directly into the final development stages of my cyberpunk system, Neon Skies, coming out hopefully by the end of 2023. I am ludicrously excited about that project. Don't forget to find all 40,000 of us on Facebook, the Tabletop Crafters Guild. We'd love to see you there sharing your projects with us. I'm Wylock, thank you for watching. Apologize again for my nasally cold voice today. And until next time, make things and play games. Hello everyone and welcome back. My annual blackout period due to work is over with, so it's time to get back to the crafting table. Today I'm adding some more elements to my Baldur's Gate themed terrain. This is the third video in this mini-series. And to reiterate, my goal here is not realistic or even necessarily good looking. My goal is to mimic the art direction of the original Baldur's Gate games. They have a blocky, shady, Gurad charm to them, and I'm trying to bring them to life on the 3D table. So with no further ado, let's dive right in. And remember that our sponsor is Heroes Horde for you 3D printers out there. Excellent selection, including all True Tiles lines. Get a look at these, Mayberry Street miniatures. These are meant for model railroad scale. I found them in the dollhouse section stuff at the craft store. And knowing that they were powered by a battery pack, I could easily hotwire these to much smaller batteries. So home my eager little self went. I cracked them open and immediately began tearing them apart. It's got these sealing discs at the bottom that just pop out. And as expected, I've got two sets of leads. Should only need one, so I chop one completely off and leave a good length on the other for experimentation. Several months ago, I did a video about custom LED lighting in your miniature terrain and how to get away from using LED tea lights and designing your own custom circuits. However, it so happens that for what I have in mind here, the easiest thing to do would be to use the carriage and battery of an LED tea light. Cheaper that way anyway. Now all the brands out there are going to work a little differently. Some have nicer switches than others. The way this one works is that it just physically moves the leg of an LED over to touch the battery as opposed to being like an internal switch. Pretty primitive, but might actually be easier to put back together. So I got myself a fresh coffee and just took an hour playing around with these things and experimenting with how I was going to do this. And here is a sight that I love. Nice cluttered electronics workbench. I got some resistors here. I think these are 2000 ohms. I've never used them and I'm never going to. Their stiff leads are perfect for what I need though, so I'm going to chop those off, solder them onto the leads of the light post, test to make sure I know which lead is which, because with an LED, polarity does matter. Then a poor man's heat shrink tubing, just a dab of hot glue in between the two of them, let it cool, and you know they'll never touch. Reassembling these tea lights was a little finicky. There's these tiny holes on the black switch piece, and doing this with wire would have been flimsy and really difficult. That's why I used the leads from some resistors. Probably could have gotten away with a paperclip too though, or even a staple. I made 8 of these in total. The first one took about a half hour to put back together. The other ones took about 30 seconds each. The first time figuring something out is always the hardest. Changed my brakes the other day. First wheel took an hour, the other ones took 5 minutes apiece. Way it goes. Next, I masked off the bulbs with some tape and took them outside for priming. I don't like this glossy black. And the best primer in the world is Rust-Oleum 2X Flat Gray. Then it's back inside to my airbrush and some Army Painter Weapon Bronze, Army Painter being a friend of the channel. And yes, indeed, I do believe they make the finest acrylic metallics that money can buy. Into the airbrush it goes, and I'm gonna do these in all bronze. Then tone them down with some strong tone. This is the dark brown version. There's also light tone, medium brown, flesh wash, any of those kind of work with this bronze. But I wanted a nice solid contrasty pop. Then I chucked on some thick black paint on the base before attaching the stones. And from here on out, this is identical to the technique I did in my previous video with the modular walls. So I won't repeat it here, you can look at the techniques and the paint colors and all that stuff there. Literally did that exact same thing to these bases. Note that I have no idea what there is in line for resistors, if there's one inherent to the LED, or if it's up in the light fixture somehow, or if there was one master resistor back in the battery pack, but these have already proven to stay on at least 6 hours before I turned them off. So as far as the hot wiring goes, I think I got lucky. Before we go on, look at this wagon. There's a lot of these strewn about the cities of the game. I need a little 30-minute palate cleanser here before I go to bed for the night, so I took some 1-inch popsicle sticks and some coffee stirrers and just glued them together to sort of form that shape. Nothing special here. After a month of spending 0 minutes at my crafting table, it's really hard to get started again. This was the quick little project that I knocked out. Doesn't have to be special, just get something done. Also, that Barbarian and Archer were painted using the Army Painter Speed Paint 2.0. I'll be demonstrating those in a near future video. Now, look at this building. It's a 12-sided building, and it's in like a walled yard. So first of all, I needed to cut a perfect 12-gon. There's a couple tutorials on YouTube for how to do this. I'll just link the one that I used. It's in the upper right corner of the screen. And out of double corrugated cardboard, I cut a 12-sided polyhedron. From there, I cut wall segments and glued those on. As always, that double corrugation gives lots of room for the hot glue to seep in and give you 2 axes of control, very strong bond. And to pretty it up, I've got some graphics medium chipboard, the grayish brownish stuff you'll find at the back of a legal pad, but you can buy it in bulk like I do if you want. There's links in the video description below. I've got the core of an aluminum foil roll, so I cut that down to height and hot glued it in the center. Then, with a couple of quick measurements, I cut 12 of these roof slant pieces. These 2 are hot glued on. Don't care about how messy I am underneath, so I can slather on the hot glue, and they're attached to each other with some scored and creased scraps. This starts out being very flimsy, but the more you put on, it becomes more and more solid. And a little outcrop for the front where the front door is, just like the source image. Roof for that as well. Again, a creased tab holding the 2 together at the top. Every other roof segment, so 6 of them, have these eaves, or I don't know what they're called, sections that protrude out that have windows in them. These were simply more chipboard, put together with hot glue, and oh, I forgot to mention, I shingled these up using the same techniques as I've done in the past several videos in this series. I won't reiterate that now, but by having the shingles on, I have a nice ledger line to make sure these are all placed at exactly the same height. Estimating the paint is always a hard part. I started with a pink and eventually moved to a beige and then mixed the 2 together. But bottom line, base coat of the building walls first, can be as sloppy as you want. While that was drying, I took some clear plastic sheeting. This is pretty thick stuff. It's thicker than you'd find like in packaging material, but you could use that as well. And with a few careful measurements, I scored this into 12 segments, cracked them, and that gets glued on the top. Now, jumping ahead, once again, the roof gets a solid color, then a dry brush, and then a wash with a darker variant that's mixed with matte medium. So this looks sort of thick and cloudy, but it's going to dry much subtler, and it's not going to run down like if it were watered down. I want this to collect up underneath the shingles. From the image, I can't really tell what's in that area at the top. I'm just going to guess it's a gemstone, so we'll mount a happy gemstone up there. And all these windows, look at these. I got kids. I really don't have time to make these like properly framed, so I took some jumbo popsicle sticks and cut off the ends. Then I simply painted them with that interior color and then literally painted on the frames with brown. Not fancy at all, basic AF, but that's totally fine. Now let's consider that yard that it's sitting in. I want this to be modular so I could put any building in here, not just this one. I'm going to start with a 12 by 12 sheet of chipboard. And to it, I glued on some 2-inch double corrugated cardboard walls. Then, classic crafting sticks. These are the standard size popsicle sticks or tongue depressors, whatever you call them. These get hot glued all along the top half only of the walls. And lastly, I cap off the top with more of them. With a watered down, rich light brown, I slathered that all over the wood. Don't have to be careful because none of the rest of the piece is painted yet. The order here was very important. It was deliberate. Try and paint your things so that you can be efficient and don't have to work finically around things. For example, the next step here is to base the inside with green. This is what the flock will be on. And I can move very quickly, and it doesn't matter if it brushes up on that bottom half of the wall, because it's not done yet. Here's another fresh piece of chipboard. And what's great about chipboard is it has this fibrous texture to it. So even though it is like perfectly flat for crafting purposes, it takes in paint really well. It can be dry brushed, and you get automatic free texture without having to do much of any work. This is a solid base coat of white. I think it took 2 or 3 coats to get solid white. And then a wash with a very watered down gray acrylic craft paint. That's it. Once it dries, it looks like this white marble from the picture. So I cut that into 3/4 inch strips, and that's going to be attached onto the walls. Also, the entrance needs to be like a dirt pathway going up to the front door of the building, whatever that building may be. So I'm going to streak on some territorial beige here. Then, white PVA glue, such as Elmer's, and not the school grade stuff, the plain old normal Elmer's white glue. Spread a thick application over all of this, and began flocking with Army Painter products. First some Battleground rubble, lightly sprinkled there just for the front driveway, and then everywhere else gets the static grass. This is not the proper way to use static grass. You're supposed to use like an applicator to make it stand up. I don't really care about that. I think if you clump it on and stick it on hard enough, it makes a great thick grass carpet. So that's what I do. I keep it simple. And here is some foam board. This is the kind from the Dollar Tree, but any foam board will work as long as you can get the paper off of one side. And here is a common number 2 pencil. I'm going to work the eraser out of the metal ferrule, and the metal ferrule is very soft. You can squish it with your finger. So by making it a bit oblong, I suddenly have a nice sharp stamp to do cobblestones rapidly. I find that texture rollers are hit and miss when you use them on foam. It's hard to tell where the grain is on the foam. Sometimes it's not deep enough. Sometimes it looks good till you paint it and then the washes just don't settle right. But I really like this method. It's incredibly fast and you don't need to chase with a pencil or worry about it looking sort of unnatural. It just looks cobblestoned. And these two get painted up just as my modular wall, so I won't revisit the painting scheme here. Well, there you go. And an advantage of those 2-inch tall double corrugated walls is that they provide 2 axes of rigidity. So despite all that white glue in there, no warping on this piece that I even needed to fix. For all you other mid-timers out there, I am curious, who is your favorite companion throughout all of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2? Who is your favorite party member and why? Leave a comment. When nighttime came around in those games, I loved the color palette shift and the mood. I mean, somehow they took a top-down isometric game and made it feel more immersive than today's top-of-the-line first-person adventures. I'll go on record as saying, Skyrim doesn't hold a candle to Baldur's Gate when it comes to immersion. But I'll also go on record as saying that could be the nostalgia talking. Anyway, as night falls in Baldur's Gate, we're going to go down to street level at night in the slums. Thanks for watching today, it's good to be back, and if this is somehow your first exposure to crafting stuff for your tabletop D&D games, you should know I have a whole backlog of material, and there's a Facebook group, the Tabletop Crafters Guild, over 40,000 members doing this kind of stuff. And hey, like, subscribe, notifications, Amazon affiliate links, Patreon, all that good stuff. I'm Wylock, make things and play games. Lo, and it was that I looked upon my terrain collection and said, this is not enough. So welcome to the 4th installment in my ongoing sub-series about building Baldur's Gate. Look at this map. This house here intrigues me. Splotchy multicolored roof, lots of timber trim, and a walkway and patio for a little bit of extra miniature placement. Seems fun. Now, I shan't repeat the materials and techniques pertaining to the building skeleton structure. Suffice it to say, it's plenty of double corrugated cardboard, hot glue, and graphics medium chipboard, which is the grayish-brownish slab you find at the back of a legal pad, but you can buy it in bulk like I do if you want. There's links in the video description below. Anyways, for a roof structure like this, there's a lot of recreational trigonometry to do, which is just the best kind of trigonometry. And from there, it's time to do roof shingles. Now, I typically use cereal box or some other thin cardstock and prepare long strips of them. But this time, longtime viewer of the channel, one Bright Cheney, who runs a little laser cutting outfit called Mr. G. Willikers Studio, sent me these. I have one envelope full of rounded tip shingles and one full of square tipped. If one were to purchase exactly what I have in my hand here, it would be a total of $60 US. So I was curious to see how far they go, because if they go a long way and this is sustainable, I may be purchasing from him from now on, because cutting shingles by hand is the literal worst, and I'm really not interested in procuring a laser cutter myself. Anyways, I attached these exactly in the same manner, bottom row first. I should have done something to prop up the tips of the first row because these are a bit bulkier. They're at least like 1.5 millimeters thick MDF, but they do still cut easily with kitchen scissors. Having these pre-made was a godsend. I was able to blast through this roof in about 15 minutes. It was really fun doing so. And I still have all these left over, and these are just the rounded tips. I haven't even touched the square tipped envelope. So answer is, it does appear they go quite a long way. I could probably do a whole second building of these. So that done, it's outside to prime with God's gift to humanity, Rust-Oleum 2X Flat Gray Primer. And while that's outside off-gassing, it's time to prepare the decks. There's that upper walkway and then a lower patio. For each, I'm using a foundation of double corrugated cardboard and gluing on these coffee stirrer sticks, which are just about the right width for scale. They also cut very easily with kitchen scissors. The actual corrugation is over 1/4 inch thick now, so I use normal sized popsicle sticks for those. If you're an amateur terrain crafter or you want to become one, it's essential to have a good wood pile. Popsicle sticks of varying shapes and sizes and widths, and as many random shapes as you can find from the craft store aisle as you can get your hands on. The railing. I hate doing railings. They are the worst. I've got some dowels here, and I laid out some painting masking tape upside down, aligned with the 1-inch demarcations on my cutting mat. And by doing that, I could easily and reliably space all of the vertical bits, these dowels, and glue them to the top rail. When it comes to these smaller wood bits, I sometimes use white glue and I sometimes use super glue. Depends how much patience I have at any particular moment. And then again, looking at the source image, it's got these hackneyed cross members, so I attached a few of those as well. For painting this wood, I decided to try out some more oil paints, something a lot of my contemporaries have already discovered, but I'm finally getting around to trying. Simply a little bit of the paint thinner, and first I tried just the plain brown on a sacrificial popsicle stick, and this color was okay, but I wasn't crazy about it. It's not quite rich enough, so I took some orange and mixed that in, but that was too strong, too much. Let's back it off a little bit by adding some black into the existing mixture. And now, yes, rich, beautiful brown. That'll work. Love it. And it is of a tone that pretty closely matches the source image as well. Also, the cup of paint is going to take forever to dry, so I set it aside for the remainder of this project, and it was good to go for several days. But yeah, I'm sold. This is how I'm doing woods from now on. Then I took 30 or 40 more of those coffee stirrers, cut off the rounded ends, and pre-painted them. I know I'm going to need a lot to trim out the roof the way that it looks in the source image, so I'm doing this now. And while all of that stuff was drying, I took a moment to address something that's been sort of nagging at my mind. A few months ago, I did a video about treasure and loot. Among the many things in that video were barrels, treasure chests, crates, and storage sacks. And in using them in-game so far, I've found that I usually cluster them up for looks, just like you see in the actual Baldur's Gate game. They're usually these clusters of storage stuff that you can usually loot 1 or 2 things from. Well, I've found that that's all I ever do. I don't have a need to put 1 barrel or 1 sack somewhere. So I'm going to glue these together in clusters of random storage stuff. Now, I don't want them on a base of any kind because I want them to look good in situ wherever they are. Maybe it's in a dockside district, maybe it's in an abandoned dungeon storeroom. So I thought about that, and the trick I came up with was ensure you always have 3 points of connectivity. So I'm attaching crates together and they're touching each other at odd angles, so literally just the corner of one might be touching another. But then something is connecting the two on top, like another crate or a sack. Now you've got 2 axes of control. Good tip at ground level is take white glue, and I painted it on these sacks and then just touched it to 2 crates that were loosely connected. Now I've got essentially a tri-point of connection. Hope that makes sense. Here's a chain of a whole bunch of crates that I imagine using as like a barricade or something for an archer. Pretty flimsy and fragile right now, but I'll use sacks and butt them up against the crates at ground level, gluing them to multiple crates to create those tri-points of connectivity. And coming back the next day, that white glue dries clear and these are sturdy. Excellent. Now I've got scatter terrain of storeroom type stuff. Gonna be much less finicky at the table. I know this seems like a small thing to focus on, but again, I've run 3 or 4 sessions now using this stuff in pretty much every one, and it's a hassle to use them. This is gonna be much easier, and it's gonna look exactly the same anyway. So very happy with how that little mod came out. Anyways, everything else is dry, so let's get back to it. And remember that our sponsor is Heroes Horde for you 3D printers out there. Excellent selection, including all True Tiles lines. White acrylic craft paint, just plain old white. I'm slathering on a solid base coat to the roof. This has horrible coverage. You can see it's splotchy, it's not getting into all the cracks. That's okay. Really doesn't matter. In fact, messier will be better. Then with a very wet brush, I'm doing basically a white wash on the gray walls, and it will dry much subtler, just like the black wash that we always use. And the reason I'm doing this will become clear in just a moment. Let's prepare a stamp of bricks. Here's some dollar store foam board peeling the paper off, and the first thing I tried was a Green Stuff World roller. Bricks. Makes sense, right? And I applied massive pressure to try and get it to indent. These rollers are meant for clay and things that are more malleable. Foam tends to return to its form and is elastic to a certain point. It also varies with the grain and the batch and the whatever else. Foam is kind of unpredictable here. But with a quick test adding some red paints of various hues, I tried it out. And the first one was kind of blotchy, not great. But the second one, getting a little closer. Hopefully now all the excess paint is off. And with the third one, it was kind of looking like I was hoping. Not great still, but definitely better than painting bricks by hand. So I took some double corrugated cardboard and hot glued it to the back, cut it to size, and now I've got my brick stamp. I also went to a terracotta, more of an orangey red. I wasn't happy with the real red. And with this, I excitedly prepared the stamp and went crazy on the building, only to find it kind of sucked. It did not work very well. It has to be because of bowing in the house or bowing in the stamp or both. But then I went and just applied massive pressure to the point that it's bending the house wall, and I'm still not getting any imprinted paint on there. I know it's not dry yet. It takes a long time to dry on direct foam. But at this point, I was kind of already committed. I went ahead and finished all the way around the house. After all, the intent here is to have that exposed brick underneath the stucco, like you see in the source image. That's all we're going for. So as long as I get a few spots that look like good brick, that's all that really matters. That said, I did experiment with making a better stamp. Using a classic X-Acto knife and ruler and manually slicing out the brick pattern, not all the way through the foam, and using a mechanical pencil to widen all of those cracks. That gives a much more pronounced brick pattern. The recesses where the mortar is are far more recessed on this stamp, so it's much more likely to be successful. I took a sweet potato color and applied that to the stamp and tried it out, and it's still... If this had been used by itself, it wouldn't look good. It's still not there, but superimposed over the red, it's actually created kind of an interesting texture. From 3 feet away, it looks pretty good. It's going to look interesting under the exposed stucco. So I'm not going to dwell on this. That's my new practice. Don't dwell too much. Just move along to the next step. The end product will look good. Let's look at the roof of the building in the source image. I noticed 3 main shades there, and I found some matching paints. I'm using a flesh tone, midnight blue, and sweet potato, along with some matte medium, which is how we've been doing the roofs of all of these. This thins out the paint, makes it a little bit splotchy, but doesn't allow it to run like a watered down paint would. So I prepped some healthy mixtures of all 3 and got to work, going from lightest to darkness. So first with the flesh tone, then to the sweet potato, aiming for the white parts that I've missed so far, and lastly the midnight blue. For the latter colors, I'm not afraid to overlap with some of the previous colors, but really this is a dabbling, stippling motion, not a swiping with the brush, otherwise you risk just mixing them together and getting a mess of grayish colors. Then I smartly finally switched to a bigger, fatter brush, soft bristled, clean but damped, dunked in water and then wrung out, and then using this and sort of dabbing and twisting at the same time where the borders are between any two colors. And this is effectively a poor man's wet blending. We're just getting these shades to interplay with each other, making those boundaries between them less hard. And it looks horrible at this point, but we gotta remember, it's gonna dry much subtler. All acrylic craft paints do. And then our classic black wash. This is just 10 parts water, 1 part black acrylic craft paint, or something like that. You can see the consistency that we're going for here. This does dry subtler than it looks wet, so it's not gonna be this dark. This is just gonna tamp everything down and tie it all together nicely. Now look at this. This is pre-mixed tile grout, specifically white. It's a lot more expensive than normal tile grout, but I will say for the speed and convenience, it is worth it. I'm almost done remodeling our kitchen, including the installation of a counter to crown backsplash. It was a lot of tile and a lot of grouting. But you can see what it looks like. Let's do a mega close-up here. It's got a rough, sandy texture. Grout is usually sanded, after all. I was thinking this texture could be useful as a shortcut for something. It's a lot thinner and it's a lot finer than Sculptamold, for example. So I scooped out a bunch and added some gray acrylic craft paint to it, along with a few drops of purple ink. Totally just a guess there. I'm trying to match the shade from the source image. No idea if it's going to work. But after mixing that up, I can say this is a lot easier to work with than Sculptamold. It spreads on just like butter. It's sticky though. If you get it on your finger, it's going to require water to get off. You can't just like rub it off on a cloth. So I'm using a massive popsicle stick here to spread it out. It's very opaque. This is a thin layer, but it's completely covering up that brick underneath, which is good. So this appeared to be a pretty good start. Then I took a large soft bristled brush and started just dabbling and stippling and twisting away at a spot to re-expose the brick underneath one place. Now what this did is basically form a crater of grout. So I wiped a bunch away manually with a paper towel. I also wet the brush and introduced some water to help wash it away because it sets up pretty quick and it was already starting to adhere to the brick underneath. As you can see, there's a bunch of white spots and cloudiness. This isn't totally the effect I was hoping for. I mean, it's there, but I think I need to do a little more to condition this grout before using it in this manner. But when stuff like this happens and you're already really messy, you can't despair. You've just got to plug on through. Otherwise, it's going to be a pain to set it all up again later. So I kept going with that brush. I kept using more water. I kept scraping away to expose brick underneath. I kept using paper towel to wipe away some excess. And then I went back with the brush to dabble at it and sort of blend the edge back into the roughness. And by working at it, I got a result that was, you can tell what I was going for at least. Part of the problem also is that material underneath is graphics medium chipboard. It's already a rough fibrous texture, even after it's been painted. If it were slicker like a plastic hard, this probably would have worked better. In any case, I'm gonna do what I always do when something doesn't look fantastic. I'm gonna apply that black wash. So here we go, but oh, that is dark. This stuff really retains paint, or liquids in general. I started to panic here, so it was like, what do I do? I'm going for more water and more water. Eventually, I took my airbrush rinsing bottle and just started dousing the whole wall with water. Rinsed that paint right off quickly. And it was still kind of dark, so I kept going with the bottle. I think I ended up using like half of this squirt bottle, and the bottom got kind of soggy. It took a few days to dry out. What I should have done is just stopped and diluted my black wash, but I was worried about the black setting up on the grout too quickly. So ultimately, by not stopping, I eventually got it there. I got it looking like I wanted it to, but it should have been a lot easier and a lot cleaner of a job. Anyway, with all that done, I've got those sticks I pre-prepared earlier, and I trimmed out the roof to match the source image. Very simple. I attached these with hot glue. Now the deck and the walkway, also attached with hot glue. Notice that I left the double corrugated cardboard exposed in a certain direction so that it drinks up all that hot glue and makes a very strong connection. And the last thing to attach is this little section of awning that juts out over the patio. I'm also using this to take advantage of its two stilts, which will attach to the patio and create two axes of control. Now the walkway will have something attached to it other than the building, and it won't be easily snapped off with the slightest weight. But with some smart application of white glue, we're gonna go ahead and place that awning like so. Very nice. All right, leave it alone for a few hours. Let's have a look at that roof, huh? How about the shades? You think it matches the image? I think I nailed it. I think it's pretty close. Leave a comment. And here's those exposed brick bits under the stucco. As you can see, final look is pretty good. I'd give it a B-. It's not what I was hoping for, but I am very happy with it. Now for the windows. Recall in the previous episode, we did that 12-sided building which had some curved arched windows on it, and I cheated that by taking the ends of jumbo popsicle sticks, cutting them off, and just manually painting them by hand. Well, those looked okay, but they looked like they were painted by hand. They didn't look like an actual frame. So, this is drywall mesh. It's used to patch edges of drywall together. Placed it over some paper towel and then doused it with a light brown paint. Solid, direct from the bottle. I need this to be a thick, solid color, and I need it to dry quickly. And here's one of those little windows. It's simply cereal box cardstock cut into a horseshoe shape and then painted black. Then, with a thin layer of white PVA glue, I attached the mesh. The glue will dry clear, but I used my airbrush to help accelerate the dry time greatly, 'cause I'm impatient. And then after lopping away the excess, we have the mesh grate just like we see in the source image. All that's left is to cut some trim to go around the window. That's just more cereal box cardstock, finically measured and cut. So here's the building, finished in all its glory. And longtime viewers out there may know that I do a lot of self-deprecation, self-criticism, and it's not out of false humbleness. I'm just rendering genuine opinions on my final results. So keep that in mind as I say, this building is a masterpiece for me. I feel like I nailed extracting that source image for this one even better than anything else I've done in this sub-series so far. I am also proud of myself for trying some new materials and techniques. That grout was messy, but here I am having done it, and with those exposed brick bits underneath, this is like a serious level up for the likes of me. Still some janky compromise as far as the windows. Ideally, I would have attached all the windows and then done the stucco so that they looked actually embedded in the wall and not glued on top. But after working with the grout and how sticky it is, I know that would have been a miserable failure. So, at the end of the day, I am quite happy with this building. Quite happy. Let's step away from the building here. Look at this village. Some of you who have played the game may know the dark secrets in this village. I'm not going to spoil it. If you know, you know. But for the moment, let's look over at this garden. It's got pretty little rows of matching crops. Let's make some of those. On a simple rectangle of graphics medium chipboard, I took some of that excess tile grout I had prepared. I made way too much, as it turned out. This stuff goes a long way. And I'm working here on some plastic core flute, to which I'm thinking it won't stick. I spread that out and then stippled at it with a coarse bristled brush. This was to give it what I hoped would look like worked earth, like crop rows. And it ended up playing the part for me pretty well. I am happy with it, but it also looks like a pretty good cave wall texture. I gotta keep this in the back pocket for a future project. This stuff could come in handy elsewhere. Anyway, for today, it's farmland. Also, 2 days later, the stuff is fully dried and cured, still a bit flexible, which actually I should have expected. It's advertised as being a little bit flexible, which is what you want in a tile grout, so that you don't get splitting and cracking and delamination from the tiles. But whatever it's made from doesn't have much, if any, moisture, because the piece is not warped. It's flexible, but it wasn't warped. Pretty flat. Let's move on. Base coat with a burnt umber, nice heavy dry brush with a cinnamon color, and now the texture really starts to pop out. This is one of my favorite phases. And then a lighter dry brush over top with a khaki. Ah, so satisfying. Black ink into the airbrush, and then a light tinting across the piece in parallel lines to simulate the crop rows. Probably coulda, shoulda used brown ink instead of black, but whatever. This is very little trigger action and up pretty close to draw tight lines. I'm thinking here from a Google image search that, like when you see crop rows, portions of the soil are richer with moisture and portions are not. I don't know. I have no expertise in this area. I could build a house, but I can't grow a lawn. Anyway, here's a bunch of fake foliage that I bought from Michael's many years ago. I've never used, and finally its day has come. I snipped off some of the little fronds of the various flower types. At the moment I'm using a pointy awl, but later I switched to a Phillips screwdriver to bore holes into the crop lines. From there, with a good dabs of white PVA glue, I planted my crops. And I also pulled in my Army Painter products. Although they are a friend of the channel, they did not sponsor anything in this video. All of this I purchased. This could have taken 20 minutes, but I let it take like 2 hours, and I had a nice coffee next to me. It was a very zen thing, very relaxing, and really fun to pick out, like which type of plant is coming next. And I made 2 of these patches, and I didn't want them to look identical, so part of the fun there was looking to ensure I didn't do any repeats. And all finished up, I think they look great. They are somehow, at the same time, colorful and also not too saturated, which I think if you were to try and describe the Baldur's Gate art style is what you might say. It's kind of maddeningly at the same time a desaturated look, but also colorful and wondrous, and you never know what the next screen is going to look like. Actually, I need to Google this. Was it 256 color or 16-bit? 1998. Anyways, now I've got some nice modular little garden patches, farm patches, whatever. But they need some fences to go around them, as gardens do, right? So let's go ahead and build some fences. Now earlier I mentioned how in that previous building we cut off the rounded ends of those jumbo popsicle sticks. Well, I kept all the middle sections, they're 4.5 inches long, and now I'm going to use them as the bases for some fences. First I took some kitchen shears and re-rounded the corners. That just took about 2 minutes. And here are some square-shaped wooden dowels, available at any crafting supply store. I cut these down into 1-inch lengths. These will be the fence posts. I think 1 inch tall is good for scale for a 28mm miniature. I spaced them out evenly at 4.5 inches, then went back to those good old coffee stirrers again and attached them at diagonals like you see here. I used white glue at first, but then I switched to super glue because it's so much faster. Once they are cured, I was able to flip it over and attach 2 more going in the other directions, so they look like this. Then a few more healthy blobs of super glue to attach it to the base. I also keep some super glue accelerant on hand to dab in there as needed. Voila! Fence. I mentioned earlier that brown oil paint I mixed up lasted for many days. Well, here I am a few days later, and I'm going to go ahead and use it, painting up the fences before I do the ground. I am really loving this paint. Takes a little longer to dry, but man, it is rich in pigment. Here's the stilts on the front porch. Oh, this was fun to do. Yes. Anyway, I was going to use more tile grout for the ground, but it was really finicky to work around those posts, so I went back to the classic white glue and then flocking with sand. From there, I painted the ground using the exact same colors and steps as I did on the garden patches, and once again pulling in my Army Painter products and laying down a couple of them just to add a little bit of green to these pieces. And here's one in context with a miniature or 2. They are extremely durable. Thought about some patches of static grass, but these weeds are good enough. They are modular because of those rounded tips of the base. You can have ones butt up against each other at different angles and create whatever shaped yard you might ever need to. And yeah, I just love the way that this wood looks. In my humble opinion, when doing miniature terrain wood, there is no substitute for real wood. It's so easy. The texture and the grain is already there for you. You just need to tint it. Plus, it's crazy strong. If somehow this video is how you discovered me, again, this is the 4th in a mini-series of building Baldur's Gate, and I have a couple hundred other videos in backlog of crafting stuff for D&D, Warhammer, anything tabletop gaming. I implore you to like, subscribe, reminder bell. I also publish some D&D modules on Etsy, they're real cheap, and I'm on Patreon. But most of all, come and find us on Facebook, the Tabletop Crafters Guild. I am but one of many admins, and the group has over 40,000 members sharing their tabletop miniature creations. Hope to see you there. Till next time, I'm Wylock. Make things, play games. I do believe I've inadvertently stumbled upon the cure-all for Crafter's Block, and this is showing no signs of letting up because I am having way too much fun with it. I'm 5 videos in and I've only drawn from like 2 or 3 screens in the entire game series. Hello everyone, Wylock here, welcome back, and today we will continue to draw inspiration from the first 2 Baldur's Gate games, focusing on the mundane to come up with something that's a little closer to spectacular. Real quick, before we dive in, I've mostly been doing city assets in this sub-series, but Is there anything you'd want to see in the next one? I'm thinking maybe like Firecrag's lair entrance, or one of those lodge-type cabins you tend to find out in the wilderness. Maybe the Druid Grove from the Windspear Hills. I don't know. I have like 10 years worth of material to mine just doing city and village-type stuff, so... Can't make any promises, but if you have a suggestion, feel free to leave a comment. Let's dive into the video. And remember that our sponsor is Heroes Horde for you 3D printers out there. Excellent selection, including all True Tiles lines. This particular tent has always stuck out in my memory through the years, so I built it. Behold, the humble plastic frisbee. It's sturdy and it's pretty much the perfect size for this large tent top. Also lying around, I happen to find this clock, which fits under the frisbee just perfectly, and it even has that bulging shape down to the ground. This is going to be absolutely perfect.
Don't touch that clock.
What?
That's my clock. I need that clock. I have plans for it.
Okay, so I can't use the clock. I guess it needs to go continue its valuable work of hiding underneath a desk for another 14 months.
I heard that.
Okay, so moving on. We're going to douse this frisbee with white glue. Completely coat it. Nice thick coat, almost can't see the blue. From here I made it up as I went along. I started with some paper towel, because it's pretty durable even when it gets soaked. And at all times here I maintained a vat of watered down white glue, or it might have been water and Mod Podge, I can't remember. Doesn't really matter. But I got this thing soaked. Then I wasn't happy with the texture, so I switched to toilet paper, thinking I could arrange pieces in a crosshatch pattern to get those 12 different directions that it has demarcated on the roof, but this didn't work either. And I should have known this would happen. It turned to mush. I tried to texture that mush with a paintbrush, but all it did was tear and bunch up and start to look really, really terrible. So my last ditch attempt before giving up on the project entirely was take some of that durable paper towel, dredge it through my watered down white glue mixture, and then watch what I'm doing here. I bunch up one end and cinch it all together and keep the other end opened so it becomes a tapered triangle. The bunched end gets pinned in the center and the rest is wrapped around the outside. Now as for width, I had to sort of eyeball here and estimate how big 1/12 of the circumference was. So I was not nearly as scientific with this as I usually like to be, but as it turns out, it was really fun. My hands got really dirty doing this, and it took like 3 days for this thing to dry. And it still doesn't look like the source image as far as texture goes, but it does look like thick, heavy cloth has been pulled over something to form the dome of this traveling tent. And so I'm going to claim artistic license a little bit on this one, even though we're trying to reproduce things without compromise. Junk bin, to the junk bin. What's in the junk bin today? A funnel. A funnel is in the junk bin today. I just need to cut off this straight part, and this will be good for that cap that's on the tent. This thing here. And for the little small cap above it, I used a ping pong ball and cut that in half. Once again, paper towel dredged in that mixture and laid over top of this, pulled taut, tucked underneath that funnel. And while it was still wet, I went ahead and attached a cardstock band around the ping pong ball portion. That's this part right here. I did that while this was all wet. With the clock out of commission, I noticed this. This is a circular offcut from some project I did long ago. I don't know what it was, but this has been sitting here about 5 years because it's a beautiful circle and I didn't want to get rid of it. Well, its time has come. Its height is perfect, so I'm just going to throw it on my homemade circle cutting jig on the Proxen hot wire table and move the wire carrier down the arm so that I can taper this entire cylinder. Cool, and again, consulting the source image, it looks like there are small pelts of various colors that form all the surfaces. They've been attached and stitched together in a haphazard manner. So I took more paper towel and chopped it up into irregular shapes, all trapezoids and irregular rectangles and stuff like that. These I dredged through my mixture and attached in a haphazard manner. Easy. It's actually the easiest thing I did in this whole video. And this dried in about 6 hours because it's really pretty thin. Here's all the colors I used, just trying to guesstimate based on looking at the source image. And my hope was that with a very watery brush, it would mix on the piece and I'd get a splotchy result, just like all those splotchy pelts you see in the image. And that is what I got, but I think it's the textures being there or not being able to get right up to the borders, or maybe it's just the color selection itself was a bit off, but this doesn't quite look the part. I mean, I've gotten worse results on stuff before, but maybe there's something I can do with this later. So I moved on. Finally time to paint the roof. I picked out, again, 3 colors that I thought would match. And again, I had to freehand eyeball estimate what a 12th slice would be. At the same time, trying to make sure that the edges are where there's like a fold or even an edge of one of those pieces of paper towel from before. But ultimately, I really didn't need to think about it. The whole thing is pretty imposing visually and ended up looking okay. This green was not right. I ended up painting over this green with a more minty green later on. It's just a sky blue and a mint green mixed together 50-50 to match that little bulb in the top of the whatever, crenellation, the tower piece, I don't know what it's called. And here is that roof cap pre-staged, as well as a sheet of hemispherical beads from the dollar store that I've already spray primed. These I attached with super glue, 8 of them symmetrically around the larger ring. Then all that gets painted with Army Painter Bright Gold. Man, I'm saying this, not sponsored this week. Army Painter metallics are just the best. And then it was a matter of hot gluing everything together. And I did use hot glue, making sure all these circular connections were centered both by feel and sight. The blankets that form the walls still don't quite look right to me, but I'm not sure if there's anything more to be done with them at this point. So let's set this aside, get to the next project. Get a look at this water garden. At least I think it's a water garden. I don't know what it is. It's trapezoidal shaped, and it's got some tall pools of water in there with walkways in between. Let's make it. This is Graphics Medium Chipboard. It's the brownish grayish stuff you find at the back of a legal pad, but you can buy in bulk if you want like I do. There's links in the video description below. Anyway, we're going to take this and some foam board. This is from Dollar Tree. The paper peels off of it easily, but if you can't find this brand, soak it in water and the paper will peel off. Anyway, I'm going to bind these 2 substrates together with some white PVA glue, evenly spread out. And after about a half hour that's set and I cut out the trapezoidal shape, then I went about making the floor texture, which appears to be just a whole bunch of small rectangles, not in a staggered offset or subway pattern. So this is nothing more than the classic, lightly pre-score with a utility knife and then widen with a mechanical pencil. Now look at these posts at the 4 corners of the garden where the walls meet. And then I remembered that in my wood bits I had a bunch of old school clothespins. These will work nicely, they just need to be shortened a little bit, and then those slots covered up with some cardstock. Now I want the walls to be very sturdy, very durable, and that means using a cardboard substrate as opposed to pure foam. So I'm once again using Graphics Medium Chipboard. I settled on a wall height of 2 inches, and these go from post to post. I bricked them up exactly as described in a previous video, so I won't reiterate that here. I'll throw a card on the screen, you can watch it if you want to. And for the little pools themselves, here is a Gatorade cap and some more cardstock. That makes the center circular well. The rest are simply double corrugated cardboard bases with more cardstock glued on the side as thinner walls. Those get brickified too. Now all the stonework in this thing is definitely brownish, it's not gray, so I tried out a different color scheme. First, a good base coat with burnt umber. Then I dry brushed with khaki, pretty heavily. There shouldn't be too much burnt umber still showing through. I already know I'm headed for sort of a bland result here, but when doing these Baldur's Gate builds, that's sort of a blessing in disguise. A lot of the game's textures and environments are kind of bland and blotchy. I don't know what I was thinking here, but I used my usual black wash, just water and black paint, but this had the effect of turning the whole thing just boring gray. Did not work. So I rebased and then re-dry brushed, and this time I dry brushed with a little bit more of a creamy color. Then for the wash, I used an oil paint instead of water and acrylic. This is plain old brown oil paint from the tube into some thinner. You can find it at any crafting supply store. And again, I've covered this in a previous video, but I will say these oil washes have changed my life. A lot of my contemporaries discovered it long ago, and I finally gave it a try, and I'm kicking myself that I waited so long because the end result is so much more colorful than with acrylics. It's also got a lot more working time, and unlike acrylics, it dries pretty much what you see is what you get. The shine goes away because it stops being wet, but as far as concentrations and color density, what you see is what you get. So yeah, I experimented with a few colors. I ended up not using that Battleship Gray, but Deco Art Khaki Tan and Apple Barrel Light Mocha. The overbrush with that khaki tan is very strong so as to pretty much obscure the burnt umber, and the light mocha is a much more deft touch. It's a bit more selective. Just watch what I'm doing here, sort of picking at it, making sure there's not a lot of paint on the brush, coming in from different directions and different angles. And by doing that, this wall already looks great with basically zero effort. I mean, whatever, 1 or 2 minutes of effort. We've already got 3 shades going on, and the bricks that are thinner and more recessed, naturally the brush didn't get to them, so they look darker like they're supposed to. And once again, that brown wash is just gorgeous. Brought these to life, made them look like the source image. At this point, I was psyched. And about, hour, 2 hours later, which is a downside, the oil does take longer to dry, but once it was, I was ready to assemble. What little warp was remaining in the floor, I knew would be counteracted by these walls being attached, because I'm going to have 2 axes of control, and I just attached them with hot glue. As you can see, I left off the bottom row of bricks on them as the connection point. I also left the walls slightly short, because I know that those clothespins are going to go at the corners later. Those are also mounted with simple hot glue. I also painted them first so that it wouldn't be finicky to get in there and risk getting any of that bluish paint on my beautiful walls and floor. And now it is time for a resin pour. I am still on the same 2 containers of Art and Glow 2-part epoxy that I bought years and years ago. With any of these clear 2-part epoxies, the trick is going to be to stir very thoroughly as you think possible, and then do it another minute. If you don't have proper mixing, it will cure sticky, and that is the worst. Now normally you shouldn't do this. Water is not blue, but in this game, well, it is. So I added some blue ink. And this was a bit too blue. It was a bit too much, so I added some teal ink to tamp it down a little bit. Maybe I should have used just teal ink to begin with, but whatever, this is gonna look fine. And then comes the resin pour. I was careful laying them out and dry fitting them before gluing them down. It's tight in there, and I really want to make sure that a 1-inch base miniature can fit in as many places as possible. I already know I kind of messed up and should have made this whole room an inch bigger in each direction. That would have solved the problem, but that's alright. So after I had my arrangement, these are attached simply with hot glue. Oh, what else do we see strewn about the city? Oh, look at these things. You tend to see these all over. I'm not sure exactly what they are. Storage stands of some sort with like an awning. So I built some of those. And I'm not going to belabor this. I have 9 years of videos now, intermittently doing stuff with wood products. The only thing a little bit new here is this drywall mesh. You lay this in amongst the drywall mud where 2 panels meet when you're like building a house. But it makes fine material for terrain crafting. This is what I'm using for the roofs of those see-through awnings. In short, coffee stirrer sticks are the go-to, and an assorted pack of wooden dowels, including square-shaped wooden dowels from the craft store, is good to have on hand, and this is just a case of miniature carpentry. You see me using some hot glue here to attach these together? Don't do this. I learned later on when I use that brown oil wash that it seeps under the hot glue into the wood, and the whole thing falls apart to literal mush. I lost one of these and had to rebuild it completely. Use super glue, or white PVA glue if you're patient, but I like to use super glue with a bit of accelerant so I can move right along in the same night and build the whole thing in one shot. Now what do we see on here? We see, it looks like some exotic colored cushions or something, like bed cushions, and then a few jars. Well, for the cushions, I kept it easy. Back to my foam board, just freehand cutting some strips, peeling the paper from both sides, and then chopping down to appropriate size looking rectangles. Then I squeezed them to distress them and sort of break down the shape a little bit. And then this does not need to be difficult. Base coat them, freehand a darker version of that color to make some lines, wash it down, and then re-brighten the edges with that same base coat. Except for the blue ones. Their edges are tan for some reason. I'm glad I caught that when I did. I wouldn't have been able to sleep for the rest of my life. So those are done, and I've done jars and bottles and potions and stuff before on the channel, but just a quick rehash, I've been continually harvesting from an old DVD player. Miniature capacitors and resistors make great jars and bottles and stuff like that. Just take some Toho seed beads that you can find at any crafting supply store and attach it to a resistor with some super glue. When you cut the resistor free, leave a little bit of its leg for the bead to grab onto. Depending how steady-handed you are and willing to do some surgery, you can find some of the really tiny components. Like these resistors, these are basically true-scale potions for a 28mm miniature human. But man, they are finicky to work with and paint. Not fun. Anyway, I glued on those cushions and bottles in the same arrangement as you can see in the source image. What do you think? Did I nail it or not? Leave a comment. I've said it before and I will say it again. When it comes to this miniatures crafting hobby stuff, there's just no substitute for real wood products. They're easier, they're way stronger, and they look more natural than any other substance you tried to texture up. They also suck in paint and dry almost instantly. So if you usually do all your timbers and boards by texturing up foam, you owe it to yourself to experiment with a different material and see if maybe it ends up working for you. That's what happened to me. And hey, if you're in the mood for a medium quality D&D one-shot, I've published 3 of them. Just check out my Etsy link in the video description below. They are priced accordingly. I'm also on Patreon, but maybe not for very much longer. It's kind of a negligible revenue stream compared to everything else. Honestly, I'd forego any other kind of support besides just clicking subscribe and like and reminder bell. So please do. Well now, I have to say that was a very fun time in the crafting shop today. If this is your first exposure to me, know that I have hundreds of videos in my backlog. Also find us on Facebook, the Tabletop Crafters Guild. Over 40,000 members making miniature stuff for their tabletop gaming just like this. Until next time, I'm Wylock. Make things, play games. Look at this screenshot of a seemingly benign graveyard from Baldur's Gate. I went ahead and built it myself in real life. But we'll get to that in a minute. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the bright secret behind this graveyard, either because you never came across it or you haven't played Baldur's Gate, let me show you. Here we are in Nashkel. It's a pleasant little town. We're just going to take a stroll through it. With a save game editor, I've manually adjusted this party to be average of level 5 with a lot of really good equipment. In other words, generally in a much better position than you would normally be coming into Nashkel for the first time in a real playthrough. We'll stroll on down the thoroughfare here, and we soon come to some graveyards. They're in front of a Temple of Helm. Very nice. Might have to build that one. Hey, let's have a look around over here and just have a seat on the lawn. Take a break. Let's read some of these gravestones. Dean, the lean, mean killing machine, died. That's pretty funny. Stranger, tread this ground with gravity. Dentist Mark B is filling his last cavity. I just love this game and how it generally keeps a light-hearted tone. Always seems to want to entertain you and be on your side. Beneath this stone, a lump of clay lies marked, oh, Daer Rog has appeared. Never do that again or my wrath will be great indeed. That's big talk. We're level 5 at this point. I'm not too worried. And he's going away. Let's read a few more. Here lies Tobin, who believed in the good of all, died at the hands of zombies whilst asking for directions. Mike, I feel my body rising towards the bright light. Wait, now it's falling. What the hell? I could read these all day, but you know what? My curiosity is just piqued. That dude showed up and warned us not to do it again. I wonder what'll happen if we do. Let's do it. Daer Rock has appeared again. He says, "Ah, you fools, you really shouldn't have disturbed my grave site. It was not easy faking my own death, and I'll not have it ruined by your meddling. Face your own death and the hell flames that go with it." Yeah, that's some big talk. How bad could it possibly be? All right, let's dance the spears. Oh, and he's summoning something. Oh! 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 Oh my. What just happened? Let's cue that up again. Okay, this time I'm going to take the main character, put him off to the side so that he survives a little longer. We click the grave once, he gets angry. We click the grave a second time. Yep, don't disturb it. Okay, end dialogue. Phoenix guards. 8 of them by my count. 8 Phoenix guards against a level 5 party. What were they thinking? But oh, they've used up all their spells. I'm still alive. I got a chance. Oh, they're out. No, they're not. They were not out. Yeah, so this is a fun little Easter egg. It's not actually meant to be part of core gameplay, obviously. In truth, this fight right here is harder than the final boss of the entire game. And they throw it at you when you're presumably like level 2 or 3. This is one of the first places you come after you get out of Candlekeep. This was scarring to me. I mean, not really, but in a video game sense. It taught me an important lesson, that this world is a lot bigger than myself. You are not born or created a hero. You've got to become one. And that is just one of the thousands of reasons that Baldur's Gate is one of the greatest video games ever made. Making this graveyard was dead simple. I began with a thick cardstock. This is graphics medium chipboard. It's the brownish stuff you find at the back of a legal pad, but you can buy it in bulk like I do if you want. There's links in the video description below. And I'm going to use my recently discovered trick of pre-mixed tile grout. This stuff makes a great rough earthen texture, it's flexible, it doesn't cause warping, and it dries within a few hours. I like to spread it on there like butter, and then stipple it with a large brush to roughen the texture and take away any of the sweeping shapes from the spreading motion. Then I painted it up earthen brown. Now look at all the different styles of tombstones you see here. Got some classic rounded ones, some coffin style, some mausoleums. So I just tried a whole bunch of different things. I used foam to cut some trapezoidal shaped ones, I used chipboard, I used popsicle sticks and just chopped off the ends of them. Boom, gravestone. I even took some of the ornate beads from my bead collection and glued them together. I painted most of them with gray, a few of them with tan, hot glued them to the base, and then washed everything with black. There we go, looking good. Then I covered the ground with white glue and flocked it with Army Painter static grass. This is not the proper use of static grass. You're supposed to use a static applicator so that it lands standing up, but I like to just use it as like flocking. You get a nice thick matted grass texture, and I'm fine with that. Here's a quick little sidebar on the power of detailing. Look at the piece so far. Looks okay, but it's kinda lifeless. But by taking a light gray and just randomly nicking to pop some edges, and then with some dark green ink in the airbrush to darken up some of the grass areas, it's very easy to break up the plainness of this and create some variation. By the way, the green is ink, not paint, because I have a better chance of tinting the grass rather than turning it an outright green. So there you go, 2 quick little things to really help bring the graveyard to life. Again, here it is before those details, and here it is just 2.5 minutes later. Looks like the perimeter is surrounded by some large white boulders, which I happen to have. I usually use these in my wargaming. I think they're just aquarium rocks, but they'll work perfect here. Nice thick bead of glue and trace the perimeter with them. Now, I'm not gonna buy or 3D print and paint a bunch of Phoenix guards just for sake of this showcase, so here's some Eldar Fire Dragon proxies. Enjoy. And there you go. What do you think? Did I nail it today or not? Leave a comment, like, subscribe, bell, Patreon, Etsy, Amazon affiliate, blah, 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 blah. Thanks for watching today. I'll be back soon. I'm Wylock. Make things and play games. Hello everyone, thanks for joining today, and I present to you Sorceress Sundre. This is my new favorite thing that I have ever made. After a catastrophic start, which you'll see, everything else in the project just went great. I even had a few magical breakthrough moments. Building this thing from scratch was just a joy, and that's not always the case. Sometimes when I'm slinging cardboard, and only cardboard, it gets pretty old. But doing mixed media with found items just gets my gears turning. It's a gratification that I can't describe. So come on, let me walk you through this experience. So I'm renovating the kitchen right now, actually the whole house, and all over the house are these builder's grade cheap dome lights on the ceiling. My wife hates them. She has a particular nickname for them. I don't like them either, and I took down 3 of them the other day. They have a lot of good parts and big geometries and stuff I normally don't come across, so of course I saved them. And sure enough, while perusing Baldur's Gate East, I came across Sorceress Sundre. This is the perfect thing to use the light on. I figured the dome part was going to be the trickiest, so I started with that. After a coat of primer, it's to the airbrush for this peachy color. I couldn't find a spray in the store that was close enough to this, and I wasn't really willing to compromise on the color palette. I really want it to match the source image, so airbrush it was. With that base coat done, switching to an orangey red and doing chaotic swirling. At this point, I thought I would get clever and apply a spray clear coat to create sort of a save point and harden it for the upcoming masking tape. Bit of foreshadowing there. And here's some painter's tape. The brand is Frog Tape. I use this on the house all the time. I figure it's designed to be low tack and is designed to mask off and not pull paint with it, right? So I did a few tests with it and eventually masked off random polygons all over the dome. I quickly realized it was easier to cut small triangles and trapezoids and overlay them in random ways than it is to try and cut a large random shape on its own. So that done, electric blue into the airbrush and a solid base coat all over. Then switching to ultramarine and doing sporadic swirling just like before. Along came the moment of truth. The first bit of tape came off pretty nicely. The second bit of tape came off pretty nicely. The third bit of tape ripped off all the paint down through the primer to the glass. I was not a happy camper, but maybe it's a one-off. Maybe I nicked it with the tip of the knife and just need to be a little more careful, go slower. So I kept going, and in fact the neck shape came off beautifully. It was fine. Hope restored. And then the next few tore the paint straight off. This was not going to get better. It was not salvageable at this point, and I went Office Space on the dome. Luckily, as I said, I took 3 of these down the other day, so dome number 2. Gonna do some things differently. After a clean, I hit it with sandpaper to scuff it up. Also, this is several millimeter thick glass, but it's clouded. The outside is rough to the touch, so it's not a smooth finish, I think. But just in case, I took some acetone and slathered it all over as an extra clean, and to etch it, maybe? I have no idea if this did anything or not. Then another change, I used Rust-Oleum 2X flat gray primer, God's gift to humanity. Should have done this in the first place, instead of using an airbrush model grade primer. I also gave this overnight to fully cure. Then, back to the airbrush for that peach base coat. Orangey red swirling. And as I was doing that, a cobweb cleared. A memory came back. When Graphics reached out about a year ago to sponsor one of my videos, yes, Graphics of Graphics Medium Chipboard, they sent me a bunch of products, including this Frisket film. Didn't think much of it at the time, threw it in the drawer, haven't used it since, but then I remembered I had it. It talks about being for airbrushing and stenciling, so maybe this is more appropriate and lower tack than that painter's tape. So I went about doing all my shape masking with this. Now again, it is a lot easier to create large shapes out of small triangles and trapezoids, so I pre-peeled the entire sheet and just kept it upside down as I cut away strips and then lopped those strips into my small shapes, because I don't want to be peeling away 100 little shapes like stickers, especially because I just really don't have any fingernails. But anyway, now we're caught up, so solid coat of electric blue, ultramarine swirling, and the first shape came away very nicely. Hope reintroduced. The second shape came away very nice, so did the third, and in fact, all of them did. This approach was successful. So after I got off all the Frisket film, I took a black Sharpie and started tracing the orange shapes, then breaking them down into sub-shapes, as well as the blue areas, to make it look like the source image. Of all the changes I made for this second run, you might have noticed I did not use that spray clear coat before applying the Frisket film. So yes, I used a better primer, and yes, I used the Frisket film instead of painter's tape, but I think the main thing that made the difference was not doing that clear coat. I think I sprayed it too heavy on the first one, and the accelerant chemical in the clear coat sort of melted all that acrylic paint a little bit, and that's what made it soft, and that's what made it prone to tearing. But anyway, I got there, and now I have the equivalent of a 90s Trapper Keeper in dome form. I just kept going around finding big shapes and breaking them down into smaller ones until I was happy with how it looked. It took a good half hour to get this all done. I can't imagine how long it would have been using actual black paint. Heck with that. Alright, now the building structure. I've got my homemade circle cutting jig for the Proxen hot wire table here, I'll throw a card on the screen to the video where I made this jig in case you're interested. But I cut out the body of the building, and I did it as a ring, not just a cylinder, because at this point I wasn't sure yet if I wanted to have a playable interior or not. Normally I don't believe in playable interiors. I think they're kind of redundant and unnecessary, but I know people love them, and I want this video to go large. And here's another piece from the light fixture. This is the plate that actually connects to the ceiling. It's got a whole bunch of stuff on it, so I just tore it all off and disassembled it down to be just the plate. This is primed with Rust-Oleum 2X Flat Gray Primer, God's gift to humanity. I also cut out a cardboard circle somewhat bigger than the foam ring in order to leave room for the pillars on the outside later on, then glued the foam ring to it. Alright, now for that outer brick wall facade. This is graphics medium chipboard. It's the very thick cardstock you find at the back of like a legal pad, but you can buy it in bulk like I do if you want. There's links in the video description below. And I decided to try out a long-standing hobby hack most recently brought back to the forefront by Jeremy of Black Magic Craft. See, I invested in some green stuff rollers several years ago and have never really gotten much use out of them. They don't work well on foam and I hate using clay. So the hack here is painter's caulk, the latex kind. Simply apply it and then spread it out. And with 1 or 2 drops of dish soap in a cup of water, you can wet your fingers and smooth it out and it does not stick. Same for the roller. Dunk it in that soapy water, then roll, and it comes out beautifully. Now I'm not using rubber as my substrate here, I'm using a paperish product, but still, you'll see there was no warping issue, not with caulk. I prepared several of these 3-inch wide strips and gave them overnight to dry. Now let's look at the source image again. These bricks are like a honeyish goldenrod sort of brown, and a few random bricks stick out as being gray or tan or black, but just a few. So, base coat of burnt umber, just 1 coat, don't care if the coverage is incomplete. Then here's the 5 paints I'm about to work through in the next few clips. With the honey brown, I did a strong overbrush. It looks terrible at this point, knew it would, that's fine. I let it dry, then I did a second pass of overbrushing. Then with that gray, tan, terracotta, and concrete color, I went through and picked out a few bricks, maybe 1 every 2 square inches or so. And then my other latest obsession, oil paint washes. Cheap brown oil-based paint from the crafting store, thinned in oil paint thinner. The only hard part about this is knowing how much paint to put in there, so I had a test piece nearby to make sure that I would get the right amount of pigment. And boy, did I. Look at that. Oh my God, I love this feeling. The instant definition, the explosion of color. Oil washes have just been a life changer for my crafting life. And everything is more vivid because it's still wet, but I already can tell that when it dries, it's going to be a perfect match for that source image. And in fact, take a look here and it is. I'm not even going to dry brush this or do any touch up. It's perfectly fine as is. Moving right along to the next step, which is to hot glue these onto the ring. I endeavored to make sure that strips met each other where a black column is going to be on the outside so it covers up the seam. But let's just take a moment and rewind. Look at these again. Excluding dry time waiting, this is 5 minutes of effort. I cannot believe it. What else we got in the source image? There's this vestibule sticking out the front. This is pretty easy to assemble. The only hard part is coping it around the curvature of the building. So I turned the building upside down and traced it onto some cardboard and then cut that out. And I won't belabor this. Suffice it to say I used double corrugated as a structure inside and hot glued on the right size slabs of brick stuff to make that vestibule. Also, there's this fixture up at the top on the dome, so I had to cope the dome curvature. A little trickier. I traced that onto some thin cardstock and then used that as a master to trace onto the back of the prepared brick strips and cut those out manually. Here's the 4 of them attached together and doing a quick dry fit to test for accuracy and a side profile, and oh yeah, that guy is good. Also, there's this dark brown slanted section and then a smaller plinth of brick on top. Topping it all off, this is a miniature ping pong ball. Don't know why they make them smaller than normal ping pong balls, but I cut this one in half, primed it, and airbrushed it with a very muted gold. Voila. Here's a dryer sheet. Now ideally you would use the cheaper ones that don't look like manufactured like this one does. They look more like spider webs, but the idea is you tug at it a little bit and without fully tearing it you get some spider webbing, and you can create a template for marbling with your airbrush. Now as it turns out, this was much ado about nothing. With the result I get, I probably could have just used a kitchen sponge and a few random spritzes with the airbrush, but I don't know, I figured I'd try it. Anyway, here's a quick test fit, just checking to see how everything's looking, and I'm noticing that the light gray that I used in the marbling is a little bit too light, so I'll just wash that down. It's like 10 parts water to 1 part black paint, and I think there's some black ink mixed in there too, I don't remember. But wow, look at that, the black is tinting the light gray, we're getting extra shades introduced. That is really looking beautiful. I lucked out on this. God, I love when this happens. Now, regardless of the first floor, I do know that the second floor can be a playable interior. I ought to capitalize on that. I don't need to permanently affix the dome. It should be removable. So I cut a 9-inch base of graphics medium chipboard, and just for now, I'm going to do a wood floor. A whole bunch of popsicle sticks, and more of that wash from earlier. But I did add a little to it. I wanted this to be a little more vibrant, so I took some orange oil paint and a little more brown oil paint and mixed them in the existing cup. Not adding any thinner, so this will be a little more pigment rich and hopefully a little more orangey. And upon applying it, in fact, it is. Oh man, look at that. What a gorgeous finish. I'll never stop touting the advantages of using real wood for your wood floors. It is so easy, and it's so easy to make it look good. So I'll probably eventually put something on the other side of this, maybe a stone floor, but for now, for this video and showing it off, this will be good enough. And lastly, look at this sign out front. It literally looks like 3 popsicle sticks with a sign wrapped around it. So that's what I got, some popsicle sticks, and I cut them down to size. To space them out, I attached them to some upside down masking tape, doused all their edges with super glue, and then spritzed with super glue accelerant. And now it's one piece. Near as makes no difference. The color already matches, no need to even paint it. Then I did a little bit of Photoshop magic to figure out exactly what this symbol is. It's either a wolf howling at a moon or it's a lick of flame. I think it's the latter. And then there's some blobs around it. I think that they're stars. So I used a little bit of Google image searching and got some clip arts and put together a banner in Photoshop. Here it is printed. I simply cut it out, painted the back, and wrapped it around that wooden thing. Also, here's some circular wooden dowels. I cut these to length and gave them the black marbling treatment, same as everything else. Now I've been traipsing you all over Baldur's Gate, but I believe this is our first visit to East Baldur's Gate. Now in the game, Sorceress Sundre is a colorful circular building located in that district. Its primary function is the selling and buying of magical weapons and armor, projectiles, ammunition, spell scrolls, wands, and potions. This building has a variety of quests throughout chapters 5 and 7, but I can think of several uses to use for it in my homebrew sessions. It would make a decent conservatory for a multi-building magical university. It could be a wizard's lair. Obviously, it could be a shop, which it is in the game, and any number of other mystical things. It's abstract enough looking that I think if I just put it on the right battle mat surrounded by the right few pieces of scatter, context will do the rest of the work for me. And that's true of any of these Baldur's Gate buildings I've built. I've never actually run a campaign in Baldur's Gate, and I don't really plan to. Oh, and to explain my comment earlier about playable interiors, my view is if I'm going to remove most of this building to reveal a floor inside, I might as well just remove the whole building and put down a floor that matches its footprint. It's mechanically the exact same thing, and it's a lot less finicky to deal with. Of course, that's only true for first floors. Anything above that, I do get it, having removable levels. And that's why here I was happy to make that dome removable and not permanently attach it. So people are really enjoying this sub-series, and I'm thinking I'm going to do a community competition pretty soon. Something like select a feature from Baldur's Gate and build it. Then there'd be judging either by the community or a panel, I don't know yet. And the prize would be something big, like a 3D printer. I'm still noodling on this though, so if you're interested, subscribe and hit the reminder bell, join the Wylock Nation. I really hope that the camera has adequately captured this because it is my new favorite thing that I have ever made in my, 9 years on YouTube. This is it. So thank you for watching today. Don't forget to find us on Facebook, the Tabletop Crafters Guild. Also, I got Patreon and Amazon and all that stuff. The links are in the description below. Till next time, I'm Wylock. Make things, play games. Deep in the heart of the Spiderwood is the ruins of this ancient temple, and I tried to replicate it in real life. For those of you keeping track at home, this is area AR3000 in Baldur's Gate 1, and there's some ambiguous dark goings on here. Let's go to the gameplay and check that out before I show you how I built it. And spoilers, it's Red Wizards of Thay, which Edwin actually is, so if he's in your party, you gotta remove him, otherwise this ends up being a friendly encounter. But when you stumble across these ruins, Denak greets you. So sad to have met you this fine day. Normally we'd be ecstatic to have visitors, but we really do desire privacy, blah blah blah. That is why you must die, of course. Whatever. I saw the movie. We're not scared of a bunch of posturing red-robed freaks. And he does some more monologuing, arrogant whelps, blah blah blah. This will be reward. Your death will be all the more sweet. Then we fight. It's a simple but beautiful little set piece to do a battle in. And later on, some giant spiders show up. I don't know if they're conjured or if they get pulled out of the woods by my charmed party members who wander off. But anyway, I threw some of those in the final diorama as well. Turns out there's 4 of them. 4 red wizards doing who knows what. They never say. But they're not terribly difficult, so down they go, and then that's really all there is to do here. But I like the colors, and that's why I built it. So let me show you how in just a moment. And remember, if you're a 3D printer, you must check out Heroes Horde and their outstanding selection of models for your tabletop gaming, including the original True Tiles lines. Now to begin with, this thing is really nothing more than a box. I could use foam or a box, but I guess for strength or just because I was sort of in the mood to, I worked with cardboard. So the guts of it is just a lattice of double corrugated, and the outside is clad with graphics medium chipboard. This is the very thick cardstock you find at the back of a legal pad, but you can buy it in bulk like I do if you want. There's links in the video description below. Anyway, all this is just assembled with hot glue because I'm generally very impatient. The stairs is just a set of descending size double corrugated slabs, with the corrugation covered by more chipboard. It is quite literally what it looks like. Nothing more. Well, let's get one more look at the source image here. I've got to reproduce the colors. I began with this antique parchment, solid base coat over the entire thing. Then, with a plain black, a very light dry brush going only across the short direction, getting some faint black streaking. From there, like so many Baldur's Gate textures, it's just a matter of splotchifying it up. So I've got a medium gray acrylic paint, and in checking some of the colors I see on here, I got some inks that match those. This part was just a lot of experimentation with everything wet, slathering on some watered down gray paint and wet blending in some of the inks. It took a little while to find the right consistencies that didn't puddle up or run together, and I did find that using matte medium in the mix helps to keep it staying in place, which for these flat surfaces is what I want. But yeah, this took about a half hour of going back and reworking, dabbing things off with some paper towel, adjusting colors by putting in a drop of brown or black. These reds, for example, were a little bit magenta. In the image, I think it's dried blood. Here it is after those color splotches are done, and the whole thing is a bit too contrasty, so I washed the entire thing down again with some more watered down gray. Now, while that was drying, I decided to set about making these broken columns. I started with some common 1-inch miniature bases, the kind that have a taper to them. And for the body of the column, I used my thick, full-sized glue sticks, along with this corrugated paper. I've stopped collecting cardboard boxes that are made of corrugated cardboard and peeling the paper off one side, because it just takes forever. I dropped like $8 on this packet of lifetime supply of corrugated paper. So much easier. Worth the money. Anyways, with a bit of hot glue, I secure that wrapped around the glue stick. And to get a nice destroyed, ruined end, I just took my large wire snips and chopped it at an angle. Nice. And after a coat of spray primer and a base coat of that same parchment color, these also get washed with a gray. Again, bunch of experimentation, couple coats till it sort of looked like it matched the image. Easy enough, and these were all hot glued to the pedestal itself. There's one other feature here. There's a bowl of what appears to be holy water, maybe, on a pedestal. And this cabacon right here is just about the right size. I think I said that word correctly. I had also tried it by attaching this bead, but I later tore it off. I didn't like it, it was too tall. So I just airbrushed a light polished gold color on it, and then a muted blue on top to match the source image. Here's some clumps of miniature flowers that I found on Amazon. They appear to be the right colors compared to the source image. And I used almost all of these to just try and reproduce some of the trails that I see on there. Not exactly, but near enough. You know, near enough. This was the funnest step, by far. I love gluing down fake foliage. Instant reward. Although these didn't have any orange ones, so I tried some watered down orange paint, just nicking at the white flowers, and it took the paint very well. Tinted it orange. I imagine you could do this with any color. In fact, that gave me an idea for an upcoming video where we tackle the Baldur's Gate tree style. It appears to be autumn in Baldur's Gate 1. There's trees of all colors, and I think with a simple airbrush, you can... I'm digressing. We'll cover that in a future video. Anyway, got our 4 red wizards of Thay. Gotta have those. I found this miniature on myminifactory.com. Link is in the video description below. Printed it, painted it with Army Painter speed paints, and with that, let's go to the field. You know what? It doesn't always need to be epic. I don't know about you, but I easily get overwhelmed with the sheer amount of ideas going through my head, and oftentimes it becomes paralyzing. It's a good idea to step back and let those things come to you. In the meantime, find simple things to do, like this. This right here is at least 45 minutes to an hour of entertainment at the table during a session. And I can only show you so many angles of it, so that's pretty much it. I'm going to keep it concise. Buy my D&D modules if you want to, or there's Patreon or Amazon affiliate links, whatever, but please subscribe and click the reminder bell, even though the reminder bell doesn't work. And find us on Facebook, the Tabletop Crafters Guild. Over 44,000 other people making stuff just like this for their tabletop miniature gaming. Thanks so much for watching today. I'm Wylock, make things and play games. Look at this milk carton. Except it's not a milk carton. It's this building from southeast Baldur's Gate. Or in a few minutes, it will be. Now there is nothing to do in this building. Nothing of interest, no treasure, no quests. The only 2 NPCs don't have anything to say to you. This is not useless. This is what makes Baldur's Gate so great. The sense of exploration and knowing that the world is not centered around you. It's a fully fleshed out, realized world. So first, I covered it up with graphics medium chipboard. This is the thick cardstock you'll find at the back of a notepad, but you could buy it in bulk like I do if you want. There's links in the video description below. Anyway, that's easy. The hard part I knew was going to be the bricks. Have a look at this patio. It's kind of interesting. Red bricks surrounding a recessed gray cobblestone in the middle, and it seems to be a walk-up. I normally don't like doing this, but I'm going to go with manually carving out bricks from XPS foam. I score the lines with an X-Acto knife first, then chase it with a mechanical pencil second to widen the cracks. And here's a slab of double corrugated cardboard to which I've attached some foam, and I used a cobblestone texture roller, then painted it up. It's not going to look great, but I really don't care. It doesn't need to. It doesn't look great in the source image, so that's fine. After a bunch of experimentation, here's what I came up for a brick painting kit. A nice base coat of terracotta or sweet potato color. Then picking out some bricks with a burnt umber, and others with a pale flesh color. Then a quick dry brush of the entire thing with that pale flesh color. And then a wash with some watered down orangey brown ink. Not shown on camera, but I think this was basically 50-50 orange and brown ink, plus some matte medium. Okay, windows. Let's go to the bits bin, because I remember having these things. Weird hangers with mesh on them. A little bit of slicing and dicing here, and I've got my mesh for the windows. Using superglue and superglue accelerant, I attached toothpicks to the sides and a bit of popsicle stick along the bottom to act as the sill. And this is raw smooth plastic, so it needs God's gift to humanity, Rust-Oleum 2X flat gray primer. And then painted it up with a couple of browns and washes. I'm not going to belabor that. Let's see, while that was drying, quick little touch, we need these chimneys here. I made those out of cardboard and chipboard. And after attaching those, I shingled up the roof. Same cereal box cardstock technique I've used dozens of times before, so I'm not going to belabor that either. Now, painting the roof. Look at this roof. This is the same color as that temple that gave me so much trouble back in one of the earlier videos of this sub-series. I never got that one right, but I'm going to this time. This roof has hints of blue and hints of purple, but it's very desaturated. So, I'm going to mix together ink in that ratio. 2 violet, 2 blue, and 1 black to do the desaturating. And as always, I'm mixing them up about 50-50 with matte medium, not water. This will ensure the mixture stays in place because as I cram it up underneath the shingles where you want the shadow to be, it'll stay there and not run down like a wash would. And this looks very thick and dark and opaque when it's wet, but when it dries, it is much subtler. You've just got to have faith. While that was drying, I took care of some other bits like the doorway and glued on the windows. And I did the railing. Oh my god, this railing. This was not fun for me. I've got some kebab skewers, so I pre-drilled holes where the railing posts are going to go, chopped them to length. I think they're about 1 inch. And I'm going to use more of these thin coffee stirrers that I love so much as the actual banister. For the ones on the stairs, I had to chop them at an angle so that I could get good solid contact with the glue. There's not much surface area to begin with. And I started out using white glue, but that was very finicky. I switched to super glue later. You're not going to see these joints because they're underneath the banister anyway. Anyways, eventually I got that done and painted it up blue, just like the image. Only 1 coat, so it dried kinda splotchy, but that's fine. Again, Baldur's Gate art style is splotchy. And once that was all dried, this step was actually pretty gratifying. Laying down a little bit of white glue and attaching them in and seeing them fit perfectly, all the pegs in a hole. Beautiful. So once again, here's the source image. And here's the finished building. Looking back, this was fun. I kind of did this one on a whim. I was working on another building, but getting sick of it. We'll get to that in a minute. So I put it aside and built this, and I like all the different colors, and I don't know, something about it is just not very me. So it's really refreshing to see it sitting there on my storage shelf with all my other work. Feels like, I guess the word for that is growth. Anyway, here it is in context in the city, along with all the other cool stuff that we've made in this sub-series. I'll put a card on the screen for the playlist for it in case you're new here. But notice there's also this other new building right over here. But let's pump the brakes a minute. So this building was actually not the original source of this video. It was built on a whim after I was unhappy with this building. This was originally supposed to be this video. And it doesn't look terrible. It looks fine for what it is, but it didn't come out looking exactly like I thought in my mind's eye. But that's okay. Persevere. Don't throw your projects away halfway through if you're unhappy with them. Finish them through and you'll find some use for them. I find that until the very last bit of raw material has been painted over, the thing is gonna look terrible. It's weird how it just pops into reality once you finally finish the last bit of painting. So I don't even know what I want to say. I hate having to pad out these videos. Here's some buildings. Maybe this should be, let's capture something for the thumbnail. And they do the I'm in love face. I hate that shit. First, I prepared some brick texture sheets using painters, caulk, and Green Stuff World rollers. I assembled a very simple square cardboard box structure and cut out some rectangles from my texture sheet to serve as those alcoves. Those got glued on first, and then everything around them got filled in with extra chipboard to bring the face up to be the same depth. Then I marked those alcoves on a larger piece of the texture sheet and cut away the alcoves from it. Now this will get glued over top and we have some actual depth. Now I believe in painting stuff as much as you can before attaching it, both for ease and cleanliness of the final result. So I messed around with various ratios of blue and teal ink before ultimately settling on just teal ink. And of course some matte medium, about 50-50. But I laid those down to dry and then got to painting the larger pieces. Here's where I messed up. No matter what I did, I couldn't quite get a color match to the source image. And that's okay, this ends up looking nice and grungy and sort of indefinably grayish, but I'm not going to belabor this. Did a crude base coat, picked out a few bricks with different colors, and then washed it. Then I dry brushed and washed it like 3 more times trying to correct the color. And now for the roof. As always, I recommend basing in black before laying down wood floors. So I did that, and then I got some jumbo popsicle sticks. And took a few minutes just laying down a nice plank roof. I also attached these along the sides. This turns the roof into basically a lid, and when I hot glue it onto the structure later, it's going to ensure that it stays square. Back to the teal ink. No matte medium here. When going directly onto wood, I want it to sort of soak in. And those little stanchions on the top, I just took bits of foam and pre-attached them, built bridges with popsicle sticks that have been pre-stained with teal, and covered up each piling with more of that brick texture sheet. And remember, if you're a 3D printer, you must check out Heroes Horde and their outstanding selection of models for your tabletop gaming, including the original True Tiles lines. And here we go, the grand fit up. Very satisfying. There are a few more details to knock out, like the door. It's just another coffee stir stick door, stained with an oil wash. And the windows. For the windows, I used cereal box cardstock, measured out all the frame widths. I think they were 3/16 of an inch wide, and cut them out with an X-Acto knife. This did not take as long as I thought it would, maybe 15 minutes, for 16 windows. And lastly, there's this thing on top, on the roof. It ain't rocket science. I made the structure out of cardboard and chipboard, painted as I went, attached more popsicle sticks. And the longest part here was the roof. I did measure out some half-inch widths, and cut clean triangles instead of just random tabs. I overlapped them at a half offset in order to get this look. Nice. I'm actually very happy with this particular roof. The painting also came out real nice. Mint green plus a sky blue for the base coat, a nice healthy ink and matte medium wash, and a dry brush with a sherbet green. Yeah, that's aqua-ish. That's bursting with color. Oh, and a final touch, there's some grass growing out of the cracks between the planks on the roof, so we'll do a bit of white glue and some Army Painter static grass. So once again, here's the source image, and here's the finished building. This building is in the Baldur's Gate Docks District, area 1200, and inside there's some ogre mages that want to assassinate you. There's not much else to it, to my knowledge. So I filled up a table. Let's go have a look at a portion of the city. I've also revamped my miniatures approach again. Had all these soldier minis lying around, so I painted them up like flaming fist guards. Also, I bought some villagers on my mini factory, printed them up and painted them, so I have like 20 or 25 villagers now. For differentiation, they get dirt bases. And I did all of them courtesy of Army Painter and their speed paint lines. Army Painter is a friend of the channel, and speed paints are a miracle product. Things have gotten to the point that I cannot fit all of my Baldur's Gate terrain on one table anymore. You'll notice there's some pieces missing, like the Sorceress Sundre's thing I did last video. So what that tells me is it might be time to pause, not move on, but pause this series. I have other non-video related projects that I've really got to get across the finish line. And I'm starting to find that I almost never have to proxy in like a miniature or a terrain feature anymore during an actual game. I tend to have the exact thing that I'm looking for. By the way, a recurring question is about the battle mats that I use. These are Frontline Gaming mats. This one is called Cobblestone City. Before we part, I'd like to briefly give you a reality check. I did purchase Baldur's Gate 3, like so many of you. I never even touched it in early access. This is my first exposure to it. And there may not be another video for some time. Anyway, thanks for watching today. Be sure to find us on Facebook, the Tabletop Crafters Guild. There's over 40,000 people building stuff just like this for their tabletop. And there's tons of links in the video description for resources and ways to support and all that stuff. So I'm Wylock, make things and play games. Welcome once again to the Underdark, my personal favorite Dungeons & Dragons setting, and one whose aesthetic has been interpreted many different ways throughout books, movies, and video games. Like many of you, I recently played Baldur's Gate 3, and I really like the way it's presented there. So much so that I decided to try my hand at bringing their art direction into real life. So what I have for you today is a short film documenting that adventure. And what an adventure it was. I tried some new materials, techniques, and painting styles to bring this to life, and I am excited to share it all with you. Hello everyone, Wylock here. Thank you for clicking on this video. Longtime viewers will know that I've visited the Underdark before. Some years ago I made modular tiles. I was very happy with how those came out, as well as some scatter terrain, small pieces to put on those tiles. But today we are using footage and stills from Baldur's Gate 3, and we're going to try to replicate the art direction, or at least be inspired by it, in making some new scatter terrain. I'm also including light this time around, and it's a little hard to tell on camera, but these do glow from underneath. See? So go get yourself your favorite beverage or snack and settle in, and let's go to the workbench. Right off the bat, we know that the mushrooms are going to be the centerpiece. It's what the Underdark's known for, among other things. So I'm looking for all sorts of curved shapes, hemispheres and ovals and things like that, to act as forms to drape something over to make the body of the mushroom cap. My original intention was to use paper towel or toilet paper and watered down white PVA glue in a spray bottle. I tried draping the paper before and after spraying it. Either way, it just ended up turning to mush and tearing with the slightest bit of pressure. It was also retaining that printed texture it has, and in order to get rid of that, I need to sort of work at it like clay with my finger, but that would cause it to tear. I suppose I could have tried, 10 layers of this stuff, but then it's going to take 4 days to dry, and I just don't have that kind of time. So I bought this super sculpey oven-baked clay about 6 years ago and then never used it. I'm happy to say it has kept its shelf life. It works perfectly fine. I hate working with clay. This is probably the second or third time I've ever used any sort of clay. But these are really simple shapes. Shouldn't require much sculpting skill at all, which is good because I have none. So I rolled out pancakes and then pressed them over my curved forms. This gave me the different sizes and shapes and different concavities for different mushroom caps. On a few of them, I sliced away some slivers to sort of match that source image from the video game, and also lightly scored, not all the way through, just a light surface scoring all the way around the perimeter. On some of them, I rolled up the end, sort of like this. I don't know. If it doesn't work out, I'll throw it away. So I made a bunch of these and into the oven they go. I don't remember what the box says for cook time, but I remember the first batch didn't work. They came out too brittle. So I doubled the cook time on my second batch and they came out great. Durable and strong. And now for the trunks. I'm going to use more of this low gauge wire. Very thick stuff, bendable. I don't want straight trunks mostly. I want them to be sort of curved. So this will be a great core for the shape. At this point I had a decision to make. Electronics or not. And I decided, yes. I like to harvest from Christmas lights. It's very economical. And all these circuits are manually assembled, including the resistor. I did a whole video on how to design your own LED circuit, so I'm not going to belabor that point here. I'll put a card on the screen. You can go watch it if you like. And I don't know if these are going to be bright enough. The idea is that the underside of the mushroom will be illuminating downwards, but we'll see. Oh, and I found these oyster shells in my bin. Been waiting a few years to do something with these. They'll make a good different kind of mushroom cap. Just like the video game, I want to have a whole bunch of different types of species of mushroom in the piece. So I'm going to mount some lights in those and just put them aside for now. Back to the main trunks. I wrapped my lead wires around that thick wire core, then began wrapping it with cheap painter's tape. I deliberately wrapped it on kind of loose so that it would bunch up once you squeeze it, basically using it the way that you usually don't want to use it. I just need to bulk up the trunk a bit here. And once it's, 3/8 of an inch thick, something like that, I began slathering the outside with hot glue. To help keep it smooth and facilitate anti-dripping, I immediately submerged it in a tub of water. This flash hardens it and gives it a nice smooth bulbous texture. After leaving a bit of length on the wire to solder on the LED, I basically made a little pond of hot glue in the top of the mushroom cap and stuck the trunk in. Now this needs to be very strong, so I used a lot of hot glue and just held it in place for like 5 minutes till it was absolutely cooled and hardened. It was a pain, but I had on a podcast and time went by pretty quick, and it was worth it because these are extremely strong and durable. They don't waver at all. Alright, I got those done and I have the LEDs masked off with a little bit of tape, so I'm going to take these outside to be primed with God's gift to humanity, Rust-Oleum 2X Flat Gray Primer. Well, now it's time for the base work, and I hate base work. It's really an annoyance to me. I've made sets of scatter terrain before, like jungles and volcanoes and forests, and what I've found is when you have all of them that are mostly the same shape, like circle-ish or oval-ish, it's hard to make a natural path, like to have an encounter in. So I think I'm going to make sure I do more interesting shapes for the base, like the footprint should be a peanut or like a curve, like a dog leg, something like that. Also, verticality, varying alteration. If there's anything I've learned from Baldur's Gate 3, it's that I can improve my encounters with some verticality. With big, bold pieces of scatter terrain that have a lot of height to them, I can better sell the illusion. Also, maybe there's some of you out there who watch these videos and want to try some of it yourself. I know a lot of places in the world don't have access to this, XPS, extruded polystyrene, also known as home insulation. So I'm going to use this white expanded foam, the kind you see that's used for packing, and see how well it works. Because really I just need bulk for the scatter terrain. I'm going to use Sculpt-A-Mold on top for texture anyway. Let's carve some bases. I'm using my Proxen hot wire table. One could use a handheld hot wire cutter that's much cheaper. I actually don't own one, so I'm doing this the hard way. Next, I realized that assembly-wise, I need to attach these oyster mushroom things as outcrops, turbines to speed, photons to aft. And since this foam is so fragile and not dense, it's easy to drill through with a kebab skewer. So I did. This will hide the lead wires. For actually mounting the thing, this expanded white styrene melts very easily, so the tip of the hot glue gun did a fairly good job at carving out a channel before depositing some hot glue in there and sticking the oyster in. Eventually though, I switched to a soldering iron. It's a lot more powerful. I also set my hot glue gun to low. Then from the corner of my eye, I saw over on my tool shelf a heat gun that I've never used before. Given how fragile this stuff is, I wonder if it could be used. And lo and behold, yes it can. I am sure I'm not the first one to discover this, but wham, look at that. It went kind of quick, so here I'll show it again. But you get instant alien-looking, bizarre, craggy cliff facing. Fantastic. It also hardens up nicely and cures. You can't pick at it anymore and have white beads fall away. Nice. And now what us miniature modelers call that grade A Colombian Bam Bam. Yes, Sculpt-A-Mold. Good stuff. I used it only on the horizontal surfaces. I'm gonna leave those weird heat-blasted cliff faces exposed. Now I covered the oysters. I also need some other weird geometries. Seashells. Paint up some seashells. They're gonna look good in the Underdark. Easy as. So I'm gonna have those in my back pocket. Also, pasta. Most pastas will work. Penne rigate is what I've used in the past for my Underdark terrain. I'm going to use it again here. Chops pretty nicely, and I like to inject it full of some hot glue just for strength. Also, this green mat you see here, this is a large silicone mat. I'm going to dribble out some large pools of hot glue and just let them set. Let them cool exactly as is for like 10 minutes. They pick away very nicely. And then with a kebab skewer, which I broke in a few places to give it a weird looking shape, I glued that to the underside of these discs and coated up with hot glue. There we go. Some nice toadstool caps. All right. Well, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this. There's a lot of cool shapes in the mix, so let's get to painting. When I do my base coating, I tend to use the cheap acrylic craft paints that you'll find at like a Michael's or any crafting supply store. 2 solid coats gives a nice flat chalky finish. This clay takes paint very well, though you can see that my thumbprints are very obvious in some places. Couldn't really see them while I was, quote, sculpting, but apparently it is very sensitive and will pick up on those micro details. But that's okay. As I was painting, I was consulting my source images from the video game. There's lots of plums, there's lots of blues, and there's lots of vibrant yellows. There's also some strong orangey red moments. Actually, really the only color that's not predominant is green. So I'm gonna exclude green from all my painting, and then I should have something pretty closely approximating the aesthetic of the video game, the art direction of the video game. The airbrush is essential here. I use an Iwata HPCS. It's in my affiliate storefront link if you're interested in one yourself. Other than a hot glue gun, I would say it is the most important tool in my terrain crafting arsenal. An airbrush is a life changer and worth investing in if you're on the fence about it. The answer will always be yes. My general approach was to mix up a lighter color of whatever base color I was on and spritz some spots to give it the effect of glowing. I also made use of some Army Painter speed paints. Army Painter is a friend of the channel and they did supply these. I did a whole video on them some months back. They are probably my third most important life changer for all things miniature terrain crafting. In the past I would have mixed up a wash, but these just have so much more vibrance that it's worth it to me to use them on large areas like these mushroom trunks. And I also employed the whole typical trick bag. I did some kitchen sponging, I did some dry brushing, some edging, all kind of stuff to make these basically flat surfaces look more complex than they are. Painting is fun, and results are in the eye of the beholder, but if you happen to be like me, who was for a long time frustrated with the blandness of my final outcomes, my answer is you can't be afraid of the bold colors. Use paints that look overly vibrant. They're gonna dry duller than they look, and later when everything is together in context, it will work. You've just got to be bold. And remember, if you're a 3D printer, you must check out Heroes Horde and their outstanding selection of models for your tabletop gaming, including the original True Tiles lines. It's Friday. I just got home from work, and now the step of this project I've been so looking forward to. Assembly. Just look at all these little subcomponents I've made that now I get to sculpt a world with. Just look at them. Really look at them. It is a panoply of options, a veritable cornucopia of creativity. Taste the rainbow. And so now, just as a person might savor a fine wine, I'm going to leisurely assemble these terrain pieces. And one final big effort, this carved out area that I planned on for a water feature. I'm going to airbrush in some lavender, then a solid purple just hitting the center of the pond to create the illusion of depth. For resin, I prefer Art and Glow. This has served me well for, I guess, 9 years now. You gotta mix and mix and mix till you think it's all set, then mix for 5 minutes more, just to be safe. Otherwise, it will cure sticky. I'm tinting it with some India inks, a few drops of magenta, a few drops of violet, and now here we go with the resin pour. This is an ASMR resin pour. That is resin, and it is being poured. And there we go, nice beautiful purple pool. Why purple? Because. Now let's set all 5 of these pieces up in a scene and get an idea of what they look like in full context. Did you know that the Underdark was first introduced in 1978 in the D series of modules, Descent into the Depths of the Earth? It is underground and bizarre and creepy, but did you know that it's over 20 miles deep? And that many legendary locations, such as the Drow city of Menzoberranzan, is only 2 miles below the surface. Much of the massive continent-wide series of caverns is imbued with the Sorceress, which is a magical radiation found only in the Underdark. This accounts for that indefinable, sourceless lavender haze that hangs in the air, and it affects magic and spellcasting in unpredictable ways, much like a sorcerer's wild magic. Many aberration-type monsters make the Underdark their home, including aboleths, beholders, cloakers, darrow, drow, duergar, dwarves, illithids, kuotoa, quaggoths, and rock gnomes. Civilization is possible here for surface dwellers, thanks to the diverse population of flora and fauna. Mushrooms of all kinds supply the necessities, including nutrients and even lumber in the case of the zirkwood mushroom. Some are quite dangerous, like bibberbangs, which explode when approached. Hey, if you're not subscribed, please take that half second to click the button. My sub-view ratio is way out of whack. You could click the reminder bell, but don't bother because it doesn't work anyway. And all my resource links are in the video description below, including things like merch and recommended tools and materials and stuff like that. If this video is your first exposure to making stuff for your tabletop gaming, be sure to find us on Facebook, the Tabletop Crafters Guild. Over 40,000 members doing the same sort of thing. Thanks for watching. Till next time, venture forth, and I am Wylock. Make things and play games. Who remembers Candlekeep Library? I remember Candlekeep Library. I could fall asleep to that compressed 1998 ambiance. That slaps so hard. And yeah, 3 is good. It is a great Dungeons & Dragons video game, but it's not a Baldur's Gate video game. Sorry, I've just got to say it. This is Baldur's Gate.
With ease.
These walls contain something on your mind.
Our library
With
is a
ease.
man's harem of knowledge.
You need something, stranger.
At least for me. And so I built it. Or something inspired by it. Let's look at that floor. That is a busy floor. I do not have time to replicate that by hand, and trying to do something that detailed with a stamp is not going to work well either. So I'm going to go with the print and paste route. I whipped up a little pattern in Photoshop and printed a few copies of it. There's a download link in the video description below. Anyway, I glued these to a big slab of hardboard. Then, once it was good and dry, I give it a nice thinned down brown wash. Nothing fancy, just water and acrylic paint. Now, if you're a member of the Tabletop Crafters Guild on Facebook, you probably remember this post from a couple months back. A fantastic looking library that really inspired me. I asked that member for the PDFs of the books, and he gladly sent it. For the body of the bookcase, I built the shelves out of double corrugated cardboard. And to trim it out, I used coffee stir sticks and mega thick jumbo sticks. I don't know if you could find these everywhere. They're like 1.25 inches wide. But I painted them before attaching to the bookcase, just to make sure I didn't get anything onto the books. To paint wood, I like to use oil paints, the kind from the craft store. This is mostly brown and a tiny touch of black, and just enough thinner to break it up. This isn't a real thin wash, I want it to have some pigment in it. In fact, I still ended up going back and doing a second coat on these planks. But final assembly was very fun, very gratifying, instant reward. Good stuff. And a testament to the power of the Tabletop Crafters Guild, where you can go and be inspired. And remember, if you're a 3D printer, you must check out Heroes Horde and their outstanding selection of models for your tabletop gaming, including the original True Tiles lines. Now, all throughout the Candlekeep library, you see these tables and podiums and stuff, and they have these lanterns on them. It's a little hard to tell exactly what they are, but I'm thinking I can approximate them with Christmas lights. This is nothing new for the channel. I like to harvest the LEDs from Christmas lights, but this time I'm actually also going to use the bulb itself. Now, these yellow ones are a little too yellow, and the white ones are a little too white. But I think if I take a white LED with a yellow bulb, I'll end up with something that looks just about like candlelight. Cutting this brittle plastic can be difficult, but the trick is to roll it with the knife and lightly score, continually rolling until it breaks all the way through. For the tables themselves, I'm going to use more of those mega jumbo popsicle sticks for the top, drill a hole, mount the LED with some hot glue on the underside, and solder up a coin battery holder and a micro switch. Then I added an apron using coffee stirrers, very thin planks. I did this with super glue and super glue accelerant. White glue runs the risk of reactivation when you paint, although really that's with water and not paint thinner, so maybe it wasn't a concern here, but really it's more about patience for me. I want to be able to build and paint right away and move on. So on goes the apron, and then the legs are simply circular wooden dowels. I was too lazy to go get the coping saw from my toolbox, so I used my knife and once again did that rolling technique to score all the way through it. These two are attached with super glue and accelerant. Couple touches of gunmetal to finish things off, and the lantern is good. I was about ready to assemble this video when something caught my eye. Sitting on the shelf was this fireplace I bought at the craft store like 2 years ago, just thinking someday I'll use it. Well, I think it would fit the aesthetics of this library very nicely. So I disassembled it, took off that fire lens, took out the light, spray primed it with God's gift to humanity, Rust-Oleum 2X flat gray primer, gave it a zenithal spritz with a very light gray, and then just went wild on it with some Fire Drake. This is Army Painter Speed Paint 2.0. Literally a life-changing product for me, at least in my hobby life. You know, some of these books are pretty high. You wouldn't be able to reach them, so let's build a moving ladder. Once again, I'm going back to those coffee stirrer sticks and toothpicks for the ladder rungs. Super glue and accelerant to attach them and make the ladder. The underside is very ugly, but that's okay, because to the side I'll attach more coffee stirrer stick. This will also give it some bulk. The top platform is more jumbo popsicle stick, and I won't belabor this. The rest of the frame is built out with popsicle sticks and stuff. For the wheels, I have this 1 centimeter hole punch, and I'm going to use it with some chipboard. Chipboard is a very thick grayish brown substance. It's what you'll find at the back of a legal pad, but you can buy it in bulk like I do if you want. There's links in the video description below. Anyway, with all that glued together, I just used the last of that brown oil wash I mixed up earlier, slather it all over the whole thing, and it's done. So, although this took me a couple weeks to make, it's just because I did short bursts at a time. I think the total work time was probably under 4 hours for all the pieces you see here. And as always, they're modular. I think these tables and fireplace could easily go in a tavern. Incidentally, I made a whole video about tavern stuff. If you haven't seen that video, I'll put a card to it on the screen in the upper corner there. And I've only made 6 of these bookcase sections, but I think I'll make more. The creator of them did some really cool stuff, like curved shelves, ones that are triple high, walkways attached halfway up. He did a lot of cool stuff, so I think I'll revisit these. But for now, I was trying to replicate the look as closely as possible that we see in the actual video game. So anyway, yeah, I haven't done a lot of videos lately. Like I said, I was playing Baldur's Gate 3. I like it, it's pretty good. I've got as far as I think I'm going to. I've spent 3 weeks trying to finish the Viconia Divur fight, and nothing seems to work. None of the tutorials work. There's just no way to overcome that darkness spell. But it's okay, I feel like I sort of got the gist of it. I don't regret purchasing it. It is quite a spectacle. It's a great D&D video game. It's just not a Baldur's Gate video game. I'll probably never play it again. Conversely, just yesterday, I reinstalled Baldur's Gate 2, and I'm going through for another run. I guess this is how it happens. I guess I'm becoming old, set in my ways, set in my thinking. This is how it happens. You kids get off my lawn and all that. But anyway, I'm gonna keep on making stuff and hope that you do too. Thanks for watching. I'm Wylock, make things and play games. Tucked away in the northwest corner of Baldur's Gate is Silvershield Manor, and I built it out of cardboard. It looks particularly cool in the dark, and I wanted it to have a playable interior, both floors, which made the project so much more complicated, but worth it. I tried a mixture of techniques on this one to help with speed, and unlike the other dozen or so videos in this series of building Baldur's Gate, I'm doing this one for more than just fun. I intend to actually use it. So let me walk you through this project. It began, as they so often do, with double corrugated cardboard. Cheap, plentiful, sturdy. You know, one of my favorite YouTube channels is Blacktail Studio. This guy makes ultra high-end live edge tables. And the way that he talks about the slabs of walnut that he buys and sort of fawns over them, like, oh, this is a beautiful piece, what a specimen. That's sort of how I feel about double corrugated cardboard. Bought a new TV the other week, and it came with these 2 beautiful beige slabs, very minimal creasing, no warpage, and no water damage. Fantastic specimens. Anyway, the construction is all double corrugated with hot glue. For the foundation, I made it double thick, so that's a 1/2 inch thick. Now the manor's main construction appears to be these large white-gray bricks, and not being in the mood to carve them and paint them, I decided to try out a print and paste method. I used Google image search to find a seamless brick texture, desaturated it, sized it appropriately, and printed it onto some full-page sticker paper. This is good stuff. I've added it to my recommended products in my Amazon storefront, and the link's in the video description below. Now there are a lot of windows, and for each window there's going to be a window treatment inside, a curtain. Trying to make that many by hand in a reproducible and quick manner, not going to happen, so I resorted to 3D printing. I modeled these up in 3ds Max and printed them on my Elegoo Saturn II. For the floors, I also did print and paste. I made a texture in Photoshop that looks sort of like the source image, and did a bunch of simple math to sort of piece these together. I also prepped about 30 LED tails. For those of you new to the channel, I like to harvest them from Christmas lights. It's a pretty cheap source. Tear them out of there and solder on some very thin wire that's harvested from Cat5 Ethernet cable. And here's another benefit of the double corrugated walls. They're already hollow, and if you orient it correctly, the channels are already there in the correct direction. To get these lights mounted in the wall, I used a paper clip that I unbent and temporarily soldered to both leads of the wires, pulled it through, and then unsoldered, just like running a home theater wire. But I must confess, the tedium of this project almost killed it. Painting all of these windows, especially the brown cross-hatching, measuring and cutting out their holes, which have to be exact, prepping all of those LEDs and mounting them in the walls. It got to a point where I sort of couldn't see the forest through the trees. Luckily, I fell victim to sunk cost fallacy and said, damn it, if I've put in this much time, I'm gonna get a video out of it. And I knew that the fun part, decorating the house, was coming up. So speaking of, some of these interior walls have doors. And in my most recent video, the one immediately preceding this, we went through all kinds of miniature furniture, and I'm going to leverage that here. I'm not going to revisit it, but the door frames are coffee stirrer sticks, and the doors are just jumbo popsicle sticks. Now looking at the underside of the first floor, I realized that all these wires coming out of the wall really need to be obscured. Also, the whole thing is kind of low. That stairway leading up to the front door needs a place to go. So I attached a 1-inch thick XPS foam skirt around the entire foundation. This allowed me to hide and train the direction of those wires, and it created an empty cavity underneath to hide all of the wiring and the eventual 9-volt battery. Then it was on to the second floor. Exposed corrugation, like in an archway or the tops of the walls, I covered with cereal box cardstock and just painted it flat gray. Now the lighting for the second floor would be on its own battery, so I picked a spot where I knew there wouldn't be features protruding up from the first floor and attached a small cavity for that battery to sit in. Onward to the roof. The math behind roofs is a lot easier if you use an equal rise over run, and here that's what I did. I think I did 3 inches and 3 inches. And I'm building the roof out of Graphics Medium chipboard. This is the thick grayish brownish slab you'll find at the back of a legal pad, but you can buy it in bulk like I do if you want. There's links in the video description below. For rugs, I went back to Google image search, found some stuff I liked, and printed it, again, to that sticker paper. This got attached to some thin cardstock, which was then cut out and glued to the floor. Piece of cake. The furniture is a mixture of approaches. I 3D printed some couches and chairs, but I also used some of that furniture we made in my previous video last month. So again, you can go watch that video if you want. Then it was on to shingling. I was dreading this, but it actually only ended up taking me about an hour. I just used the method that has served me well for years. Cut strips of cereal box that are about 3/4 inch long, snip 2/3 of the way through them with some scissors, and glue them on overlapping with 1/4 inch intervals all the way up. Well, now comes the part of these buildings where I would usually agonize over trying to color match the source image. It's sort of a very warm gray, maybe a few streaks of tan in there, but you know, at some point, it's just a dark gray roof. It's going to look fine no matter what. I'm just going to move on. I'm going to do one try, live with the result, and move on with the project. And it's going to look great. I began with a zinc gray. It's just a bland, sort of leaning darkish gray. Then I took this khaki tan color and dry brushed it, a fairly healthy dry brush, and then a black wash. Usually I do 1 part black paint to 10 parts water. Sometimes I'll add a spritz of ink, or like if I have some army painter dark tone that the bottle's almost empty, I'll just chuck it in there. Sometimes I'll put in a drop of matte medium. This thing is a Frankenstein at this point, but it's a black wash. I mean, you can see the consistency it's going on here. It's going to lighten up and desaturate as it dries. And as it happens, I got a really good approximation of the original image. Yeah, I'm super happy about that. These staircases go up and then split and go up in 2 directions. I don't have that much room in the model. I didn't pay much attention to dimensions to begin with, so I'm just going to make a smaller single-story staircase each way. These are just cascading bits of double corrugated with chipboard stringers, and I'm print and pasting some green marble texture onto them. And finally, the decorating. This was the fun part. Just all the bits I had prepared and my hot glue gun. I also made a happy little plant with a bit of fake foliage and a bead. This estate was regarded as the finest in all of Baldur's Gate. The Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate lived here, and he was a member of the Council of Four. This council was the highest governing body deciding upon law and politics, and the Grand Duke is the one who had the power to break deadlocks. At the peak of the Iron Crisis in the first game, Entar was assassinated at the whims of the main villain, Sarevok, who took over his council seat for a short time until he was defeated. Entar was then resurrected and reinstated as Grand Duke. This is by far the largest building I've ever made, and I'm not sold yet whether it's worth it. If I had it to do over again, I'd probably skip the LEDs. They proved to be really not that noteworthy. But it occupies a pretty big space. It's 26 inches wide, and when I need dense city scenes on the table, this will act as a great centerpiece. I plan to use this as a home base for my group. They'll have some ultra-rich patron who's hired them to do everything and offers them his manor as a place to work out of. This way they can each take their miniatures and claim their own room, and maybe I'll even let them craft stuff and decorate the rooms further. Well, that would have been a good idea. I'll let the players create their own stuff and then glue it in there. Next time. As you can see, I have not reproduced this pixel for pixel or piece by piece, because if I had scaled this properly, it would have been the size of a city block, whereas it ended up more like 4 houses. But I tried to capture the spirit and the color palette and the art direction. It's interesting, in studying all that, I noticed how often they repeat assets, but you sort of don't notice because you're kind of far away from the action with the isometric view. And the desaturated palette tends to sort of blend all the background together. Like this manor has 6 or 7 fireplaces in it. It's a lot of fireplaces. There's also a particular couch that tends to show up a lot, and in other buildings too. Again, I have a dozen other videos ahead of this one in building Baldur's Gate, specifically from the first 2 games. Be sure to come find us on Facebook on the Tabletop Crafters Guild. And if you're particularly jazzed, feel free to check out my Patreon. Also, my recommended crafting supplies and tools via Amazon. I have a storefront, and if you just click through there, it's no extra cost to you, it just gets me a tiny commission. But more than anything, what I want is subscriptions. Something is very wrong because only 20% of my views are from subscribers. So if you like this content, please just subscribe. Don't do anything else, just click subscribe. Resource links are all in the video description below. Thanks for watching today. I'm Wylock. Make things and play games. It is the first thing you see at the beginning of one of the greatest video games of all time, Candlekeep Inn and its convivial host Winthrop. And I decided to build it with playable interiors built to scale, or to a best estimate, and down to the last bed, dresser, and candle. I imagine from a practical standpoint, something like this could be useful for half of a session where a thief is doing some stuff, and you want to model the stealth aspects like line of sight, position of the other guests, stuff like that. I used, I think, every trick in my bag, every technique, every different type of material to bring this thing to life. And I filmed the whole thing, and I'll show you how I did it. Hello everyone, Wylock here. Thanks for joining me, and today we are back in the city for part 12 of our Building Baldur's Gate sub-series. This is Winthrop's Inn, or I think it's actually the Candlekeep Inn. By volume, I think it's the largest thing, single piece that I've ever built, and it's also got playable interior, which has been a fun thing I've been on a kick on lately. No lights in this one though. Pain in the But I think the end result's pretty cool. I mean, you can take these, put them next to extracted screenshots from the game engine. There's a program I use called Near Infinity to do that. And for this one, I think we nailed it. So I'm very excited to walk you through the saga that was this build. So without further ado, let's fire up the hot glue gun. And remember, for all you 3D printers out there, you must check out Heroes Horde, home of tons of affordable models, including the original True Tiles. The understructure of the floors and walls will be double corrugated cardboard. Here's the first floor, and I've already painted it with black. Whenever I'm going to do a wood floor, I always undercoat with black first. If even one plank is a little bit not parallel, you'll get some of that brown cardboard showing through. Sometimes for floors I use popsicle sticks, but this time I'm going to use coffee stirrers. They're easier to cut and they're much closer to scale for a 28mm miniature. I do them a few rows at a time with white glue like Elmer's. Spread on and thinned out to the amount that you see here. It's not a real thick coat, it's going to dry pretty quickly. These sticks are too narrow and thin to use hot glue. Run the risk of blobbing out the side. Alright, not too bad. These only took about an hour a piece. I've had a hole cut out already for the stairs, and now it's time to stain this before I attach the walls. Now, a couple years ago I found this color and I've talked about it a lot. It's Folk Art Asphaltum. It is a gorgeous, very saturated, rich brown, slightly towards cinnamon. And for these cheap acrylic craft paints that dry subtler than they look, that kind of offsets the impact. And basically, I always start by doing my wood with this. Then if I want it to be darker, I'll follow up with a darker wash or color or something. But I think this is perfect. I'm just going to make sure to water it down adequately and do 2 coats of it if needed. And there we go. What'd I tell you? Gorgeous, right? Again, the walls are going to be double corrugated cardboard, cutting it smartly so that the corrugated fluting is visible. That gives a lot of area for the hot glue to seep into and make a very strong connection. But if we look at the screen caps, there's a lot of linear feet of walls here. It's deceptive, and you got to do each side. I am not up for texturing all that, so I'm going to go with a little bit of a shortcut here and print and paste. Just a simple Google image search and a little bit of playing around in Photoshop, then printing these to full-page sticker paper. So it's not even print and paste, it's print and stick. This inn will have playable interiors, 2 floors, so they need to be removable, and the seam needs to be concealed. It all also needs to hold together pretty well. There's going to be a lot of mass here. So I've got some small neodymium magnets, and I'm implanting some at each corner. Then, to cover up the top corrugation, I clad it with some thin cardstock, in this case a manila envelope. I rip down 1/4-inch wide strips, and before hot gluing them on, paint them with gray. Makes life a lot easier later on than having to be careful with the gray on the paintbrush around the walls, especially since they can't be fixed. For the attic or 3rd floor, there actually is none in the game. I just need this for the roof. And I thought about making something up to go in here, but it was just going to end up being too finicky and really not necessary. Now what we've got here is graphics medium chipboard. This is the thick grayish brownish slab you'll find at the back of a notepad, but you can buy it in bulk like I do if you want. There's links in the video description below. Anyway, I'm coating the entire outside of the building with this. This takes care of all the outer corners where there's exposed corrugation, and it eliminates the risk of those ridges of the corrugation showing through. Usually on one side of double corrugated cardboard, you can feel and see that ridged texture. We don't want that. For the non-brick exterior, like the stucco portion, I like to start with a solid base coat of a parchment or a French vanilla, something like that. And once it's totally bone dry, then a wash with some kind of brown. Now, whenever I'm going to try a new paint scheme, before I commit to it large scale, I always prepare a test swatch. So here's a bit of chipboard with the same white. And based on the source image, this is not real vibrant. It's kind of grimy. So I have a cacao, a burnt umber, and a raw umber. And I'm going to water these down heavily and try them out. In this case, looking at our source image, it's sort of a desaturated brown. But here we see one of the many advantages of graphics medium chipboard. Look how it has that built-in texture and just partially drinks in the wash. You have to work a little quickly. After about 30 seconds it sets, but you get an instant, really nice looking grungy medieval stucco for basically no effort. Alright, now setting all that aside to dry, it was back to the coffee stirrer sticks. Chopping off the curved ends and fixing them down on some upside down tape and washing them with a brown. I just made a ton of these because these are going to be the trim for the exterior. As you can see, once they've dried, it's quite a bit muted. They're looking a little bleached. So checking the source image, there's some dark splotchiness in addition to this brown. So we're going to go back to this cacao color, really thinned down, really watered down, and just see if we can get it the last bit of the way there. Yeah, it's going on kind of dark. This is the part I always panic a little bit, but this too will dry much subtler. Getting a good feeling about this now. Yeah, get a load of that. Beautiful, rich brown. 2 shades, heavily watered, on real wood. It's the way to go. And it's so easy. To cover up the seam where the floors meet, I decided to glue on these sticks with half their width. Again, I did this with white glue, and it was a risk. I knew that in the end that white glue is very strong, and these breaking off won't really be a concern, but my worry was, will they actually fit snugly around the bottom? Did I cut the foundations accurate enough? And we'll come back and see that later. For now, moving on to more stuff. Gonna do the roof eventually. More chipboard to form the, I'll say, foundation of the roof. And continually working on walls. Although all the doorways don't seem to have doors and they have arched tops, I'm not going to cut curves through double corrugated cardboard, so all my doors are just going to be basic rectangles. For shingling, I did my tried and true method of 3/4 inch wide cardstock, something like cereal box or food packaging, that kind of thickness, and snipping 2/3 of the way through it, all the way down, varying widths, and gutting out like dozens of these in 15 minutes. Then they get hot glued onto the roof, starting with the bottom row. The whole roof only took about 2.5 hours. At that point, I noticed a problem. This attic piece is kind of warped. It's lifting here on this side. Not good. At first, I thought I would try my white glue trick, putting a very thick layer of white glue on the bottom and leaving it for 24 to 48 hours to fully dry, hoping that this would bend it downwards, cause it to become concave. However, it had no effect whatsoever. This trick is good for scatter terrain bases, but this 3-dimensional piece already has a ton of control in it, so this had no help whatsoever. And so, confident in the structure of the rest of the attic, I cut out as much of that foundation as I could. It's really not needed anymore now that all the walls are in place. This causes the thing to be much more flexible, and I can sort of do a one-time bend to force it down into place. And that solved the problem. Now, windows. I tried. I really did. I like to use 3D printing as little as possible on the channel. And so I used thin cardstock, made a master template that I could trace, used an X-Acto knife to try and be careful and make windows that approximate what we see in the source image. And I kind of got there. It looks pretty crude. I was going really fast here to do proof of concept. I'm capable of much more precision cuts, but that's sort of the whole point. I'm not going to spend 10 hours cutting out whatever it is, 30 of these windows. So I did hit 3ds Max. I did model up some windows, and I printed them. Now they are primed in God's Gift to Humanity Rust-Oleum 2X Flat Gray, and then with my airbrush I used some of the Army Painter Warpaints Fanatic line. This is Gray Castle, and I spritzed on a top-down gradient. Army Painter is a friend of the channel. They make the best damn miniature paints on the planet, and I highly recommend them. Case in point, here's one of their browns from that line. Beautiful one-coat coverage. Nice. I've gotten pretty good at approximating roof colors from these Baldur's Gate source images. In the first couple episodes I struggled, I redid a few, but now I can usually get it on my first try. So we're going to give a solid base coat with a rich brown to this entire roof. And after 2 coats it's still kind of splotchy, but that's okay and even desired. Then a dry brush with French vanilla, some kind of off-white with a warm tone, and then finishing it off with an oil wash. Oil paints are just a little more expensive than acrylic paints, but using them in this manner, one tube lasts an entire lifetime. This is brown oil paint in some thinner found at the crafting store, and I'm washing the entire roof with it. To build the stairway from the first floor to the second floor, I cut rectangles of double corrugated cardboard in decreasing 1/4-inch increments. This is pretty close to scale for a 28mm miniature. Conveniently, my coffee stirrers are a 1/4-inch wide, so I covered up all the risers and treads with them. It's usually around this part of the project, 80% done, that I start bouncing around to wherever my attention goes. I wasn't making any progress anywhere else, so I worked on more trim, simply mimicking what we see in the source images. And I didn't plan this out, but I must have done 100 of those coffee stirrer sticks, and I had 3 left once all the trim was on the end. You just can't teach that. You can't. For all of these chimneys, it's more print and paste because it matches the foundation of the exterior. And because I always do my roofs at a 1:1 ratio, the angle for the bottom of the chimney here is easy to come up with. I mean, it's actually easy regardless of what you do. So I don't know why I said that, but looking through my bits bins and my junk drawers and all that stuff, I found some of these modular drinking straws. These would be good pipes for the smaller chimneys. And a bit of sand flocking in the middle there, just painting these up to look like the art. Really pretty easy. There's a few rugs in here, and again, I can't draw, I can't paint, so it's Google image search again. Found some things, shifted the color palette in Photoshop, print and stick. Whenever I do rugs, I like to stick them to some cereal box cardstock and cut that out, then hot glue it to the thing. Now at this point I'm thinking, this doesn't quite look right. There's something off. It's a little bit bright. It's not a huge deal, but I do want to get as close as possible. So I think I'm going to try something bold here. It worries me a little bit because there's no going back from it, but I've got my ready-made acrylic paint black wash on hand. I'm going to use this, but dilute it down even more because this is just going to be a very, very faint black wash over the entire floor and the rugs. Let me get the camera in on this. Let's be bold. too rich. Too rich. Get it out of there. There, that's more what I was hoping for. Yep, I'm already digging this. Again, we are trying to emulate the Baldur's Gate art direction. The fact is, those are grungy, dithered, not vibrant textures all the time. Oh, so good. Let's do the stairs even. Yep. Stairs, stairs, stairs. I'm gonna have to do this to the upstairs floor as well. Make the wood floors match. Yeah, that's what we needed. That's what we needed. Decorating the interior. For all these beds, I got some foam board. This is the stuff from the dollar store that the paper peels off of really easily. So a nice solid base coat on those. And then smaller bits of that foam board washed with a very diluted black to grungify them up. From here was a lot of tedious work, but I kind of enjoyed it. This is where it's like 1 or 2 a.m. and I have music on in the background, and solving these little miniature problems is kind of fun. I don't have a ton of them to do, and they don't have to look real pretty. The undersides are never going to be seen. Ever since I did that 4-post bed in my White Plume Mountain build, I've enjoyed making these little miniature beds. And I'm using the same techniques here as I did all the way back then a few years ago. Coffee stir sticks and toothpicks, and I'm using super glue to fix it all together, not white glue, because it's instant and it spreads less. And there's a whole bunch of dressers in there. Oh, by the way, I did an ultimate guide to miniature furniture some time back. I'll put a card in the upper right corner. You can go and watch that if you want. I'm not going to go into gory detail here because I did back then, but these are miniature Jenga blocks with coffee stirrers to act as drawer fronts, and little tiny Toho seed beads, 4/0 I think, white glued on as the door poles. There's some other unique furniture in here that I haven't made before. For this long lounge, I took some jumbo popsicle sticks, or tongue depressors, and glued them together at a bit of an obtuse angle. Super glue accelerant makes any job so easy and instant. Right about here is, as expected, where things kind of ground to a halt. There are so many little features to populate in here. They're all different colors, so I couldn't really mass produce, and then things got busy at work, so this went on for a month. It is fun making candles though. These beads here look metal, but they're just painted that way. They're actually plastic. I like to cut them flat on the bottom and then take a bit of paper clip, the kind with the vinyl coating, and strip away the last millimeter or two to make the actual flame. It's about as close to true scale as you're going to reasonably get. For furniture cushions, I like using graphics medium chipboard. It's very thick, very fibrous, easy to paint and wash and get texture out of. Looks a lot like fabric. And if I had to pick one tip from my furniture guide to reiterate, it would be the use of washes. Specifically Army Painter, just based on my experience with it, but after you paint wood with watered down acrylic craft paint, it's very faded, it's muted, and if you want to bump up that saturation, slather a wash over it. The soft tone, the strong tone, flesh wash can have an infinite variety of great finishes for your wood furniture. But this table down in front has a couple of bottles of wine on it. Let's get those glued on there. And just a few dabs of white glue is enough to fix the furniture in place. Let's start filling out the rooms a bit. Get a load of this fireplace. To build this, I have these old school clothesline clips. Found them at the craft store, and I'm going to saw off the clip part to get this shape. This is what I see for those side pillars on the fireplace. Admittedly, at this point I was kind of rushing along, trying to get this whole thing done. I finished it up with graphics medium chipboard and a bit of XPS foam for the obscure shape at the top. Same for this bigger fireplace over in the, I think it's the kitchen? I just approximated it out of foam, painted them light gray, washed them with black, good to go. Well, I had the foam out, I realized, I gotta do the counter, Winthrop's counter. So that's more jumbo popsicle sticks and some foam for the pedestal. You get the idea, you can see what I'm doing with it. There's a couple shelves with linens on them, I think that's what they are. So once again, graphics medium chipboard, Great for approximating folded up fabric you'll never notice from 3 feet away. So I made some stacks of them and just painted them up. There's some pieces of artwork. There's a painting behind Winthrop and there's one in the second floor hallway. I've got some Magic the Gathering cards that look sort of like I can make out from here. It's kind of a muddled mess. But by taking your MTG commons and cutting them out, you can take some matchsticks, super glue them on, and paint them brown. You've got a framed picture. Artwork. Easy. Fun. Great looking. There's a candelabra next to the fireplace in the main living area. I looked through my Gothic bead collection, found one that would make a good base and another for the candle holders, with a toothpick as the post. I had mass-produced like 30 candles earlier, not knowing how many I would need, but it's nice to have a reserve you can just pull from. You're doing this little project here, and you don't have to hit the brakes. You just pull from your stock. The railing. The railing for the second floor, a little bit tricky. Coffee stirrers and wooden dowels. Or toothpicks would probably work fine as well. So there we have it, the Candlekeep Inn. I tell you, this stuff is fun to do, and I hope someone out there learns from it. If you want to support me, the best thing you can do is click subscribe and share the word. Also merch. I have a Dashery store. Get yourself some Wylock's Armory or Neon Skies merch. Cups and shirts and stickers and phone cases, other overpriced junk. Go check it out. But I've also got Patreon and Amazon affiliate links. If you use those, I get credit and I get a small commission. Doesn't affect your purchasing experience in any way. Just use the links below and it knows to credit me. If this is somehow your first experience with me or this hobby, you should know we're on Facebook, the Tabletop Crafters Guild, over 40,000 members and growing. If you have a suggestion on what I should do next from Baldur's Gate 1 or 2, please leave a comment below. Note that it can't be enormous, certainly not bigger than this inn that you've seen today, so ideally like a building. But if there's something I could condense and abstract a bit and approximate, I'll take a shot at that as well. In any case, thank you so much for watching today. Hope to see you next time. Till then, I'm Wylock. Make things and play games. These are the sounds of our sub-hobby as we choose yet another screenshot from the original Baldur's Gate and attempt to build it in real life. The Seven Suns Trading Coster is a merchant organization that has its base in southwest Baldur's Gate and operates within the Sword Coast. It's all rectangles, so it's an easy build to plan. We're going to begin by being strategic and do the thing that requires a lot of dry time up front so we can plan other things and have fun. I will do anything I can to avoid having to use foam. I don't like the feel of it. Texturing it takes a long time. So I'm going to do what I did for some earlier buildings in this Baldur's Gate series. I'm going to make big panels of brick using a texture roller and painter's caulk. White painter's caulk, $6 for a tube of this. It'll go a very long way at any hardware store. I guess I've already been using this one for an actual house project. And I've got my Green Stuff World bricks roller here. Now the actual texture area on this is a little over 5 inches. So I've got graphics medium chipboard, fibrous cardboard. You would think you don't want anything moisture around this, and normally you don't. These are going to warp horribly, but it doesn't matter. This stuff is fairly flexible, and this is gonna get like hot glued onto an understructure of some sort anyway in the future. So these don't need to be flat in the end. I'm gonna get them cut down in half to be as economical as possible. And I can foresee myself needing lots of this stuff in future projects, so while I'm getting my hands dirty here and gonna have tons of wet work all over the place, I'm just gonna prepare way more of these than I'm gonna need for this project and store them in reserve for next time. I've also harvested some cereal box cardstock, and I'm going to prepare these as well. This stuff does not wrap very well. If I ever want to do like a tightly curved corner or something, those won't work, so I'll have these in reserve. Again, I'm hoping that the texture won't crack because this is a latex caulk. Okay, get organized here. We're gonna prepare a cup of soap water, just 1 drop of dish soap, maybe 2. There we go. This will keep the caulk from sticking to this as it rolls over. Caulk gun, again, a few dollars from the hardware store. And here is where I'm going to enjoy the benefits of this massive granite slab that I put down here. I renovated the workshop a few months ago. There's another video if you're interested in that. All right. So, get both sides covered in soap water, and here we go. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Fantastic. All right, well, now it's a matter of going into mass production. We'll be at this for about 20 minutes. Well, here we are the next day. These were actually dry after about 8 hours, but let it go overnight, why not? And they came out great. Take a look at that. While I was at it, I also did some cobblestones. Maybe that'll be useful in the future. You can see in a few spots the caulk is a little thin. That's okay. Once these are painted up and washed down, the depth differences will become much more pronounced. But anyway, those are prepped. Now it's time to start on the understructure. And for this, we will use the tried and true classic double corrugated cardboard. Now these strips are about 6 by 12 inches. I know they're exactly 12 inches across, therefore the building really shouldn't be more than 12 inches. Let's just go with a 5 by 11 base. It looks to be about a perfect rectangle in the screenshot. By the way, it's been a while since we've covered this, so let's talk about returning to square. If you're dealing with scrap, actually, this happens to have, I think this was a TV, but it has these white dots on it. I could use that as a perfect grid for squareness, but we're going to pretend that you don't have that. So what I like to do is find the ridges of the cardboard. You might have to change your angle in the light and make some marks halfway between 2 of those ridges, kind of far apart. All right, because we know that those are factory straight. And we're going to cut along that line. Here's another little micro tip to make your life easier. You've got 2 marks that you want to connect with your ruler to make a line, right? Take the tip of your knife, stick it in the nearest mark, butt the ruler up to it, and then swivel it so it touches the other one. Then you know it's absolutely perfect. All right, now we know we have a perfect, flawless edge. We're going to take our speed square. If you don't have something like this, they're not real expensive. I think this was $20, but let's imagine you still don't want to do that. You could find anything that you know is perfect factory square and use that. What do I have? Heck, you could even take your player's handbook, okay? So we're going to lay this down, and I'm feeling with my thumbs where the book edge is flush with the cardboard. And then as soon as I can feel that it is perfectly flush all along the length, I just go ahead and mark it. I'm going to double check with my speed square. Perfect. Now we know we've got a perfect 90-degree corner, and all measurements should be made off of this edge or this edge going in those directions. Perfect 5 by 11 double corrugated rectangle. That's the base of the building. Now it's a matter of cutting a bunch more perfect rectangles to be the walls and getting them hot glued on. Let's fire this sucker up. There. One happy little box. Now, one could make the case that I should paint this before attaching it on here. However, I want to join them at the corners, and I'm going to try and cut this chipboard at a miter. Very subtle, because otherwise you'll have, well, you know what I'm saying. You'll have an exposed edge at the corner, and I don't want that. I want to cut, let me think. I need to cut in this way. But really, I need to flip this over and cut from the other side. Okay, knife lined up and tilting. So there it is, subtle, but it is a mitered corner. This is finicky. I don't know if we're going to get the benefit we're hoping for here. This is just not thick enough to have a meaningful joint. So I think what we're going to do is, it's not worth worrying about this. We're going to put the short sides on first, and then we'll measure the new overall length and put on the long side last. That'll cover up. So when you're looking at the front of the building, you won't see the ugly corner. Beyond that, we'll just touch up with some paint and it's fine. It's a cardboard building. So the ugly edge is only visible from the short side, and maybe we'll be able to hide that with paint. Speaking of which, I am now realizing that I know I'm going to use a wash on these bricks at some point in the paint scheme, and it's going to run down, which means I can't have it like this. I got to do one side at a time, which is going to take a little longer. So I'm not going to build the second floor right now. Let's go ahead and sort out the paint scheme and get that solved. That usually takes a few iterations. However, I think there was a building earlier in the series that had the same brick color. Let's go look. Yes, now I remember. It was episode 7 when I did Sorceress Sundre's. I'm pretty sure they used the exact same tan brick texture for that building. So here's where it's helpful to have a YouTube channel. I couldn't remember the exact colors I used, but I loved the result, so I went and watched my own video. Oh, this next part was not fun. Look at the source image. You see all these squares and little slivers that are missing in that, whatever, that top tier? This was lots of math and measuring to find even intervals that the squares and rectangles would still line up, and then each one had to be individually cut out with an X-Acto knife. I must have restarted 4 or 5 times on these. At one point thinking I'll just 3D print them, but I eventually gutted it out. This is just cereal box cardstock, fully painted up first on the cardboard side, and then attached with white glue. Hot glue is so great, no waiting, and when you're using corrugated cardboard, the glue seeps up into the channels rather than oozing out. And get a look at this bit on the roof. Bricked chimneys, some faded wood planking, and brown shingles. So once again, the structure is just cardboard, and I'm painting the top jet black before I attach the planks. Trust me, always do this when you do a planking floor. And as always, I like to use coffee stirrers for my planked floors, attached with a thinly spread layer of white glue. Those roof slopes are just a little bit of recreational trigonometry, the best kind of trigonometry, in my opinion. And attached with hot glue, not caring much about sloppiness because it's about to be covered with shingles. As always, shingles are cereal box cardstock cut to 1/2-inch strips and then snipped about 2/3 of the way through in mass production. This time, instead of attaching with hot glue, I switched to Elmer's. It sets pretty well within 2 minutes and then is on its way to being totally dry within 15. And it just eliminates the risk of any hot glue oozing out. Think 5 steps ahead and try to be economical with your time. This first fairly wet coat on the roof is going to take an hour to dry, so I find other things to do, like hunted through my bits bins and found these modular straws that will work well for the chimney stacks. Got those cut down and primed. Or the chimneys themselves. Small pieces, finicky work, but I'm in no hurry. Tell me if this sounds familiar. You have a nice cutting mat and you say, I'm going to use my cutting mat for measuring and cutting only. Wet work, sloppy paint, that kind of thing. I'll pull in scrap cardboard and work on that to protect my cutting mat. Except for the one time when you're like, I don't want to clear off all my desk and everything. I'll just be real careful, do my painting. But inevitably, a drop gets on your nice cutting mat. And then it happens again and again. Pretty soon you're like, F it, I don't care anymore. And then you end up with a cutting mat that looks like this. So then what do? You say, this is my new wet work palette or whatever. This is what I'm going to paint on. I'm going to buy a second cutting mat and it will be only for cutting and measuring all my clean work. And so that's what you decide to do. But what happens? One day you're just a little bit lazy and you don't want to clear off all the work. So I'm just going to do my painting real carefully here. But you aren't careful. And a smudge happens and you're on your way to having another mat that's like that. So I've done this 4 or 5 times now. It's the circle of life. This one is done for. That's my new painting mat. And here is the newest model once again. This one's actually got a black side. That might film better, but yeah. So now I have 2 mats for doing messy work. But wait, why did I buy that one? Windows are awful. They are my Achilles heel. I resort to 3D printing them. I do not have the time in my life to cut all those window frames with an X-Acto knife, so I bash up a quick model and then print it. I've already got these spray primed in God's Gift to Humanity, Rust-Oleum 2X Flat Gray. And when I do these Baldur's Gate buildings, rather than being able to see inside, I just paint them the color that they show up in the game, which tends to be a 2-color gradient. So I'm using some prairie ochre and some tundra taupe. Yeah, take a look at this. The effect is a little subtle on camera, but the gradient is stronger in person. And a final touch of the front door, more coffee stirrers, glued to cardboard then cut out, and the door frame is just more graphics medium chipboard. I also prepped and pre-painted all of these stone bits that are gonna go and trim out the building. So much easier to do this way, and no risk of getting the wash on the building. I love this part. Did all the frames by hand. Only took a half hour or so. And I got all these stone strips or whatever ready, so final assembly. Very gratifying. Oh, and there's some moss or something growing up on the roof. A little bit of white glue and some Army Painter static grass. Well, they can't all be winners. It's a fine addition to my collection of usable buildings, but the gray stone is way too dark. The whole thing in general just, I couldn't quite get that color match. For the first floor windows, I think I went a little too blue. These really should be a little more desaturated, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world. By the way, today's sponsor is me. The best way you can support me is free. Click subscribe and watch videos. I would rather have you do that than go to my Patreon or use my Amazon links or even buy stuff from my web store at wylocksarmory.com or merch from Dashery. I mean, you could do all that, but really, I just want to be more famous. So I value that subscribe button more than anything. And do check out my backlog. Got hundreds of videos like these. So thanks so much for watching today. I am Wylock. Make things and play games. This is the city of Saradush as depicted in Baldur's Gate 2. Zooming in, this is the Temple of Joaquin. And here's my real-life model of it, built out of cardboard and hot glue. I'll show you how I made it today as we continue on to part 15 of building Baldur's Gate. Here's a fun little tip on how to cut clean, straight cylinders. So you've saved the core from the tinfoil roll or the tube that a poster came in or something. Find a solid object that's a little less than the length you want to cut. For example, I'm using the cap of a spray paint bottle here. Set your pen flat on it and hold it firmly there. And then with the bottom of the tube touching your workbench, rotate the tube, keeping the marker still. This is how you can get a perfect circumferential cut line. And from there, just cut slowly and carefully. Make sure to use a bit of a sawing motion, not so much a pressing motion, especially for these thicker cardboard tubes. It's almost like wood. But anyway, I've cut 4 of these. They're like 2 inches tall. And they happen to be just the right size that a ping pong ball fits in them. So I hot glue those in place, and then this probably wasn't necessary, but I wrapped in painter's tape. There is a spiral pattern on the outside of this cardboard tube that I'd like to cover up. I realized later on while painting that it would have been well hidden anyway. So these are those 4, these things that I see on the outside of the building. And to trim the rim, as well as to trim basically everything on this piece, so I'm just going to say it once here at the front, I'm using cereal box, cardstock, or food packaging, something of that thickness. And always gluing the shiny product side down, paper side out, because it paints much better. For structure, folks, manna from heaven. The good old DCC and hot glue. Double corrugated cardboard as always. It's crazy strong, it's a clean 1/4 inch thick, making for easy measurements. Now look at this thing. I can't remember where this came from. I think it was a Halloween decoration from Michael's years ago, but it is a 4-inch sphere, which is proportionally exactly what I need. So I cut out a foundation of double corrugated cardboard and then curved some chipboard along the side of it. Now chipboard comes in 12-inch sheets, and I needed about 12.5 inches here, so I had to do this in 2 pieces, but I'll hide the seams later. After fixing it in there with hot glue, I realized that this color on the outside was actually just very loosely painted on. It's chipping off quite easily. In fact, I took some packing tape and removed all the rest of it. Now I had a clear sphere. Yeah, I must admit, this looks really cool. And even though it may not look much like the art, I am going to call an audible here and try and tint this. Now, doing it from the outside will be useless. It's smooth glass, but nothing's ever going to touch the inside, so if I can just tint the inside, this can work. If it doesn't work, I'll paint the outside like I was planning to anyway. So let's give it a try. To get that lavender look, I've got some Army Painter blue and purple. I'm just going to mix these 50-50 and then spritz around inside and we'll see what happens. Nothing so far. Nothing happening. Yeah. Actually, we got the Army Painter Speed Paints, which are fairly thin. They can go straight in the airbrush. I wonder how their coverage is. Let's give it a shot. That's doing something. I don't know if it's the right shade. There's Royal Robes. Get a little bit of blue in the mix there. Well, hang on. I'm looking at my computer's over there. We're just going to go for it. I think this is a good idea. Yeah, the travel time in the air is so long in there that it's drying by the time it gets to the peak, which is perfect. That's what we want. Yep, that actually worked beautifully. Wow. All right, I'll take it. I love this time of night, and I love measuring lines. Need to basically notch this out. I can't trace this, but actual diameter of a ping pong ball. 40 millimeters. So if the diameter is 40, the radius is 20. Shazam. And, moment of truth. Oh my goodness. Yes. Now before I can mount these to these, I need to paint these so I can mount them in here. Need to do some experiments. And figure out this painting scheme. One coat, streaky, messy, it's fine. Speed dry. Sponge. Plain old Craft Smart gray, selected because it's a warm gray on the reddish side of gray rather than the blue. Looking at the source image, it's a bit warm. I was going to experiment with a watered down black wash to tie it together. Can do that on half just for giggles. Let's speed dry it. So, what do we think, folks? Here's my thoughts. This looks like the roofs, and this looks like the walls, which are in shadow, but if we look at the top of the archway, which is not in shadow, it's a little darker than the roof. This whole building is not made of the same white material, marble or whatever. So I think what I'm going to do is the same base coat, and just for the horizontal surfaces, which is most of the building, I'll apply a gentle black wash. So, good. Oh, and I had covered this with packing tape, and that undertone is going to show through. So I better paint these with some cardboardish brown before then going in with the white. Curved, smooth surfaces like this, I prefer to airbrush. Oh, also, these are, what is it? They're like the periwinkle color. So yeah, for these, I need to do the airbrushing first so that the overspray gets on here. Then I finish with the brushwork on the cylinder. Okay, we have a plan. Some more chipboard work to make those arches around the hemispheres, and I settled on a very simple paint scheme of an ash gray with lamp black sponged on afterwards, no wash. This looks dead simple and almost juvenile, but at scale, once the piece is all done, you'll see that it works very well. Again, we're not going for a high quality result necessarily. We are trying to mimic the art direction of the video game. And mercifully, that's easy to do for someone like me because it's kind of primitive. Now as we revisit the source image for our next step, doth mine eyes deceive me, or is that? Yes. It's a muted polished gold, sometimes called an antique gold or Incan gold. This is one of my very favorite colors to paint with. It's easy to make. I'll show you. You simply take a very nice rich orangey gold, not so much a yellowish, but an orangey gold, and a brilliant silver or mithril, something like that, and mix them together 50-50. I love this color. It goes good with almost anything, especially turquoise and red. Years ago, I was working on a lizard folk army that I never finished, but this color right here was the major character giver to that particular army's paint scheme. And this trim down here around these hemispheres, it looks dark, but if you really look close, you can tell it's catching a glint of light. So I think this is meant to be the same gold that we see up at the roof and some of the other spots of the building. For the roofs, nothing new. Cardstock strips cut 2/3 of the way through. That was actually unintentional, but I can't leave that stanza unclosed. Isn't this what you would do? If only that easy you knew? Normally when I paint my roofs, it's a base coat, then a wash, then a dry brush, upwards only. But looking at these, it really matches the source image pretty good as is. The natural splotchiness of that one undercoat did the job, so I'm going to leave those be. And while we're on the topic of roofs, I made the roof. Now look at the back here. At the top of those circular portions, there are separated platforms, so I made those independently and then kind of had to trace and cut the main roof around them so they'd cope. That's not easy to do with double corrugated cardboard, but I used an X-Acto knife with a fresh blade and went slow and was able to do a fairly good job. Now this front arch has some weirdness going on. I think it's got a curved chamfer to it, and there's actually 2 arches, like 2 depths, and then this curved landing, these steps at the bottom, but then these 2 pillars are just kind of, I think they just Boolean merged them right in there. Now I don't feel like resorting to foam, gonna try this still with double corrugated cardboard. And so I did. More recreational geometry, the best kind of geometry. Anytime I can break out my compass, it's a happy night. So that was just 30 minutes of slow, painstaking work to get those curves cut as cleanly and accurately as I could. Then I clad them with cardstock as usual. Now I said in a previous video when I was making these caulk texture sheets of cobblestone and brick that I'll make a ton of them because I'm going to need them in a future project. I can foresee myself needing lots of this stuff in future projects, so while I'm getting my hands dirty here and going to have tons of wet work all over the place, I'm just going to prepare way more of these than I'm going to need for this project and store them in reserve for next time. Yeah, see? I did say that. And here we are in that future project. All right, it's coming along very well. I decided to pause and do a reset of the crafting space, get everything cleaned up. I'm not going to attach this till the very end. There is a hole in the bottom. I might be able to run a lighting feature up in here. I'm not sure yet, but yeah, it is almost done. A few finishing touches on the front to do. This is normally where I would put it on the shelf, go into a minor depression for a few weeks, and then for absolutely no reason at all, feel inspired again and finish it. But let's skip that part and instead go directly to my wood bits bin. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. And looking at these 2 pillars out front that the angels are mounted on, I've got all these random pillars and spools and stuff. I'm just going to bash a bunch of those together. Yeah, this here just takes me back. The wood bits aisle of the craft store is like one of the first places I ever hit when I got into this hobby like 10 years ago. And bashing them together and getting an instant result was so addicting. And from there, it's some finishing touches. There's these pedestals for these 2 front statues, a bit more trim work up in the dome, and of course the doors, which in the picture are open, and the wiki says that this temple is always open, so I don't think the doors even do close. But with the color that we can see from here, we're just going to take a shot at it. All these statues were printed on my Elegoo Saturn IV, best printer I've ever owned. So good that I've donated the other 13, and that just about rounds out this build. Now, inevitably, there will be some of you out there who are just discovering this channel and this series for the first time, and it's to you folks that I say, have fun as you embark on the reinstall that you know you're about to do. By the way, skip the enhanced edition, just mod the original. A lot of channels ask you to smash like. I think that's dumb. I would like to ask you to caress like. Just caress it. And subscribe. I mean, I got Patreon and Amazon and all that other junk, but just subscribe. I'd appreciate that more than anything else. Channel growth has completely flatlined in the past year, but we can overcome. Subscribe. I'm Wylock. Thanks for watching today. Make things and play games. You're still here? It's over. It's done. Go home. Go do something else.